Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the European Hydrogen Skills Stakeholder Conference. It is a pleasure to see so many people here in Brussels and also about, more than 80 people joining online from institutions, the academy, the Vocational Education and Training organizations and research organizations. We are all gathered here around a shared priority that is preparing the people for the hydrogen economy. Today is also a moment to reflect on the journey of the Green Skills for Hydrogen project. Over the past 4 years, the project has helped build a European response to one of the key challenges of the energy transition, which is ensuring that people, training systems, and industry evolve together. So to open the day, we invite you to watch a short video that captures the spirit, progress, and achievements of Green Skills for Hydrogen project. My name is Patricia Rodriguez, and I'm a director of Communication Package, and we are work package leaders of Communication and Dissemination. I will be the master of ceremonies and will introduce to you all the speakers and moderators of this event, so we can know.
4 years ago, we started with a clear mission: to power Europe's green transition by building the hydrogen workforce of the future. Green Skills for Hydrogen is a European project funded by the European Union through the Erasmus program, created to close the skills gap in the hydrogen sector by developing and delivering cutting-edge training programs across the continent. Our consortium of 34 members has worked tirelessly to prepare Europe's workforce for the hydrogen economy. And the results speak for themselves. We've developed 3 core training programs tailored to market needs and aligned with EU qualification standards. We've delivered over 50 training sessions, reaching more than 2,000 students across Europe. We've taken part in over 12 major dissemination events, engaging directly with key hydrogen stakeholders. And we've built the European Hydrogen Skills Community, a vibrant network of 5,400 professionals and students ready to lead the green transition. Over 24,000 users in the last 3 years have joined the European Hydrogen Skills platform. But this is just the beginning. We are now building an alliance of organizations ready to expand these training programs and adapt them for the future. Visit the Green Skills for Hydrogen website, join our community, and help shape the future of green energy for everyone.
And this applause also
4 years ago, we
goes to
started
what I
with
call
a
the
clear
dream
mission:
team.
to power
So
Europe's
who
green
made
transition
all
by
these
building the hydrogen
achievements
workforce
possible.
of the
You
future.
will have the opportunity to meet the members of this team along the day. To officially open the conference, it is my pleasure to invite Professor Olaf Jedijk, Project Team Leader of Green Skills for Hydrogen at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. Professor Jedijk has played a central role in shaping this ambitious European initiative and has long-standing experience in hydrogen technologies, research coordination, and skills development. Today, he will introduce the Green Skills for Hydrogen project and set the sense for the discussions ahead. Please join me in welcoming Olaf Jedijk. So here you have.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah, of course. First of all, I need my slides. I don't have them. So, my name is Mr. Olaf Jedijk. I'm from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, as you heard already. I'm happy to be here. And I'm also happy to have the chance to coordinate this project over the last 4 years. Actually, we are not at the end.
press the green button.
What shall I do? One moment.
Press the green button to see your slides.
I have to press the green button. Now, okay. Sorry for the interruption. I'm happy to, to have the chance to coordinate Green Skills for Hydrogen. And I was really amazed also by myself. After 30 years doing research in hydrogen technology, specifically in hydrogen safety, that we got really famous also at European Commission with this project. And for sure that was really the result not of one person, it was a result of a lot of persons. And this conference is actually one very last, not very, but last event we had to have in our project, not to talk about the project, but to talk about more about the outcome, and also to get discussed the outcome, because we are pretty sure that the outcome will be something dynamic. That means the hydrogen technology is changing over the years and will change over the next years. That means we have, in the moment, a present situation. It could be better, it could be worse, and that happened also in the past. I know I have slides prepared, but I like to bring something on your mind. Actually, we have a war in the Middle East, as you know. And I remember to present my students once again, more or less in the beginning of the lecture, why hydrogen has not a dynamic economical flow. That means has a hype, and then it goes down. Then once again, has a hype and goes down, but not a continuation. And to be honest, it's really about war. Each time when it comes to a crisis, to an oil crisis, people asking for something different. That means to a new solution. And a lot of was discussed in the past, and each time also hydrogen came on the table. Hydrogen as an energy carrier, to get it used in very different kind of applications, whatever. There were developed dreams, and then the crisis goes down, and once again, crude oil comes up, and hydrogen was disappeared as a theme in the daily life. And today, or since 2 weeks, we have once again this hype. So for me, it is not astonishing. What it is astonishing is behavior of the society. It's behavior of the society that no one is more or less trusting in getting the energy transition done, which was funded on a lot of experts. A lot of experts who did their job to say this will be the best way to get independence. Now I'm talking not only for Green Skills, but also for Europe. We have to look for our resources, and then we can dream, and we can stay with being dependent on a lot of energy resources or also materials, which is unfortunately mostly not located in Europe. Or we can try to get a bit more independent. And hydrogen could be an answer. And if we like to have hydrogen implemented into the society, also in Europe, also in Europe, then we have to skill up the people. And that's Green Skill about. Green Skill is not only one project who's focusing really on that. It's one of a lot. That means there are several projects around doing more or less the same on different level with different audience. But there are a lot of projects around who are doing the same job. Otherwise, we could not do the job calling the green transition in Europe to implement hydrogen into this green transition, energy transition. Green Skills for Hydrogen aims to addressing growing skills need. To be honest, we are not clearly sure what is really the number industry is asking for skilled people. We are going up to say, okay, it's potentially 250,000. I don't know. But if it's 250,000, it's really amazing to do that. And it is really a big task to do that. And for sure, you cannot do that in 4 years. So it needs to be only to have a start, to have something on hand which you can give to the next people to say, follow up this strategy. And that's a kind of blueprint, to have a blueprint, to have a program, not to say what you have to talk, but to have a blueprint, to have something on your hand to say, come on, this we tried out, and it worked well. And this we tried out, and we received critics. We implemented the critics, and then also we tried it once again out, and to make the circle, but to have at least a functional blueprint on hand to say that could be, that you can take. It's not the only, but it is one. So you can see a lot of people around and also institution in Green Skills for Hydrogen. And we are partners in out of 15 countries, which we had some priorities set in 3 regions in Europe. One is in Greece, the next one is in the Netherlands, and one is in Bulgaria, to demonstrate what could happen or what could come around if we cluster competencies. Not to do a one-man job, but to cluster competencies. And also to cluster competencies with different organizations and with different institutions, not only university side, not only the whole school, but others around. And that was our aim also, as well as to develop a plan for whatever. So we had in high school education, and education that means university education and also research, which was very important because research is something different you can implement into your lessons, into your lectures, which makes the people more or less motivated to go further. Sorry, is it my? Yeah, okay. To go further with the development, that means not to say that we are at the end of the chain. So because it's totally wrong. We are starting already to begin the chain, more or less, the hydrogen chain, the technology chain, to demonstrate it, to demonstrate its function, to test it, and this should get also discussed and prepared also and promoted to the potential audience and people who like to get educated. Then we had also VET providers in, as well as industrial stakeholders, national European networks, the clusters I talked about, and also local and regional stakeholders, communication and digital experts, communication package. One of the famous outcomes we had, it's not the only one, was about the real, let me express it, what are the people asking, really asking? And you see we have so as well direct and indirect connections to this demand. That means direct, working at industry, but indirect also working apart from the industry. You have to have maintenance, for example, and so on. So there are a lot of things done. And mostly it was the outcome of the industry, because what we did is we asked the industry, we interviewed the industry, what they like to get, and based on that, we tried out to do the most urgent things to get developed and to get it presented. That means we had interviews, and these interviews covered more or less 26 countries, which was collecting the meaning of different, not only CEO, but on a really high level, potential people working at big industry, but also on small industry, and to see their demands, to recognize their demands, to discuss their demands, and also to look about the reasons why. It's not only to make a list of demands, but also to get a feeling about the reasons why. So far, the jobs in demands we at that time discovered is presented here very briefly. So it's not a mechanical engineer, it's more on the right side. It's the electrical engineer, automotive and hydrogen production specialized. So as you see, electrical engineer, this is a specification for a study or something like that. But hydrogen production specialized, this is not a certification. So this is a person who's described elsewhere. And all the hydrogen storage specialists, fuel cell specialists, robotic engineers, and electrochemical engineers, and so on. And you will get more detailed information about by the colleagues along this day. And it's only to show you up what you will get further and with further information. And of course, yes, production is the most important point, as we know that production has a direct connection with having hydrogen on hand. As long as we do not have hydrogen on hand, we have nothing. And that's a similar, really the similar expression, which is actually also with the oil. If you do not have oil on hand, you have nothing. Yeah, and that's the major point. Okay, also then we have here some fields of hydrogen where the industry is interested in, also to discuss further by the colleagues and discussed more or less, as you see here, Master of Science, for example, but also doctorates and also specialized in very different parts of the hydrogen chain. Challenges, there were also really a lot of challenges, of course. That means the qualification of trainers, that was discovered very late, that trainers need also to qualify it. Also, we have teach-the-teacher program available, but also some training standards. That means how to get it more or less on a similar level. If you talk about certification, then you have also to talk about standards. And then also time constraints, of course. And then the lack of flexibility. That means that in education pathways that you have really also a lack of flexibility in the themes as well as in the financial viability. Yeah, and here you see once again all the areas we collected, more or less to discuss among the day. And I hope you will enjoy the day. I hope that you will work with us, to discuss with us, to be open with us, to talk about problems, also to hear us in concerns of our solutions we like to provide to you. And one message, everything is open for you at our Green Skills website, presented there. And once again, I'm happy to welcome you here. Yes, okay, thank you.
So now, I don't know what's interfering here. Sorry. Thank you, Olaf. And now I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker, Jüri Ratas, former Prime Minister of Estonia and member of the European Parliament. Mr. Ratas currently serves in the European Parliament, including as a full member of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, and brings both high-level political experience and the strongest interest in Europe's industrial and skills agenda. Today he will speak about the importance of hydrogen skills and vocational education in the European and Estonian context. Estonia is one of the countries that are members of this project. Welcome, Mr. Ratas. Thank you for joining.
Dear participants and organizers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation. And I really would like to say that it's an honor to join and to discuss hydrogen skills and vocational education in Europe, and also to share some ideas and practices from Estonia. Hydrogen has been a part of Europe's strategy since 2020. The goals were ambitions, large-scale electrolyzer capacity, more renewable hydrogen, and wider use in industry and in transport. This plan shows how important hydrogen is for our future. But let's be honest, the progress has been slower than expected. Capacity is growing, yet still far below our ambitious targets. Renewable hydrogen remains expensive, often several times more costly than conventional hydrogen. And several large projects have been delayed or cancelled because of uncertainty and high investment costs. At the same time, we have learned an important lessons during the recent energy crisis. Energy is not only about climate goals or new technologies. It is also about price and stability. Across Europe, high energy prices have affected companies and people. Many companies saw their competitiveness weaken almost overnight. For a small and open economy like my country, Estonia, this was a serious shock. Hydrogen can help us build a cleaner and more secure energy system. It can support industry, transport, and storage. But more and more companies are asking a simple question: at what cost? If clean hydrogen remains too expensive, then many businesses will struggle to use it. And if the cost of new technologies stay too high, then the green transition will slow down, not because of lack of ambitions, but because of economic pressure. The green transition must be not only ambitious, but also affordable. This is why we see more balanced approach emerging. Governments and businesses are adjusting their earlier plans. They are trying to find a more realistic balance that what to reduce emissions, but they also need affordable energy and competitiveness. They want to invest in new technologies, but they must protect jobs. This balance is essential. Clean energy must be reliable and reasonably priced. Hydrogen can be part of this balance, but only if we manage costs, build strong infrastructure, and ensure that people have the right skills. Skills and vocational education are therefore essential. Hydrogen requires many persons, for example, technicals, electricians, safety experts, and many others. It also requires continuous learning because technologies are developing really quickly. And we must act now, because the skills gap is already visible. Companies struggle to find enough qualified workers. Training centers need modern equipment. Teachers need support. Young people need clear information about career opportunities. Hydrogen is not something you can learn only from books. It requires hands-on training, modern equipment, and strong safety procedures. In Estonia, we see the same challenges and opportunities. We are developing offshore wind, green hydrogen, and storage solutions. We are a part of the Nordic-Baltic hydrogen corridor, which aims to connect Finland and the Baltic states, Poland and Germany. But we also face high energy prices and shortage of specialists. Our vocational education system is strong, but it needs more support. Schools must update programs and work closely with industry. We must also show young people that hydrogen offers real and attractive career opportunities. Dear ladies and gentlemen, across Europe, the situation is similar. High cost and slow market development remain challenges. This is why investment in skills is so important. A well-trained workforce can reduce delays, improve efficiency, and support innovation. Skilled workers can help companies improve efficiency. And strong training system can help Europe stay competitive in a fast-changing global market. Let me highlight 3 points. First, modern and flexible training programs. They must reflect real industry needs and include practical experience, safe and digital skills. Second, strong partnership. Schools, companies and governments must work together. And the European level, we need better coordination and sharing our best practices. And third, support teachers and trainers. They are key to preparing the next generation. They need training, tools, and time to adapt to new technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, hydrogen is a long-term commitment. If we want clean and secure energy, we must invest in people. If we want competitive economy, then we must act now. I would like to say thank you for your attention, and I really look forward to your ideas on how we can build the skills base that Europe needs for the hydrogen future. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Ratas, and now we welcome second keynote speaker, Luigi Crema, President of Hydrogen Europe Research, physicist and leading figure in sustainable energy innovation. Luigi Crema is Director of the Center of Sustainable Energy at Fondazione Bruno Kessler in Trento, and is deeply involved in hydrogen and battery technologies at European level. Today he will address research and skills development as key elements for the hydrogen sector in Europe. Thank you, Mr. Luigi. Come.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I'm really happy and honored to be here today with you in this important event dedicated to skills in the hydrogen sector for Europe. I will focus on the role of research and skills as strategic enablers of the hydrogen economy in Europe. My perspective is from Hydrogen Europe Research, one of the partners of Green Skills for Hydrogen project and representing the European research community. And today we are not discussing a future vision, but I would like to bring a system already under construction as a perspective. And why hydrogen is important? There are different drivers that are moving forward the realization of this sector. Step by step, we were moving from having only research innovation, then involving more and more even industrial scaling up, and now we are at the phase of early market development with increasing numbers. Hydrogen is not just a technology, it is for Europe a strategic vector for the future. And following four main drivers. One, and this even under the eyes of all of us, it's a geopolitical. This hydrogen strengthened the European sovereignty in clean energy value chains. Today, hydrogen is depending, today Europe is depending 80% from abroad energy supply, from fossil fuels that we do not have. It will be difficult to move to 100% electrification only with renewables, so we need some mediators, and hydrogen is the core element, the core molecule to decarbonize through direct use of hydrogen or even using derivatives. The second point is energy security. Hydrogen enables domestic renewable integration and reduce import dependency, resilience. Hydrogen adds flexibility through storage and sector coupling, and climate. Hydrogen is essential for decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors. Even if the point on the climate started from the Green Deal, a European Green Deal, that became then clean in terms of priorities, and now we have the Industrial Acceleration Act without any reference to the clean, at least in the title, but I guess and I hope that we could have a green and clean at the core part of the European policy. Hydrogen sits exactly at the intersection of these energy, industrial and climate European policies. The hydrogen transition then requires a fully coordinated, multi-level approach. At the European level, the strategy has been put in place. The strategy is even under update by DG NR. The funding to move the sector to the scaling up and to develop early markets. In Europe, with a strong push of different initiatives, we have a perspective to have a 40 gigawatt electrolyzer capacity by 2030. We need, in parallel, even to develop a similar market to absorb this industrial capacity. Otherwise, the effort to push on industrial scaling up could be without impact and without results. And of course, it is even important at the European level to work on rules, regulations, codes, standards that could enable the hydrogen sector to move forward. At the national and regional level, there are other complementary important actions that must be taken in place. For example, the implementation of different European actions, the implementation of the European directives. We are ongoing in several member states to implement RED III, that's requiring a transfer of 42% of grey hydrogen to RFNBO hydrogen in the industrial sector, and to enable RFNBO hydrogen for 1% of use in the mobility sector. These are considerably big numbers in the perspective to achieve them by 2030. At the regional level, we have the hydrogen valleys that are becoming larger and larger. Initially, an hydrogen valley was only a refueling station, a small electrolyzer, 5 buses. Today, we have large valleys of €1 billion value, for example, North Adriatic, but even other cross-border hydrogen valleys that are even working in new regulations to trade hydrogen in between countries. And at the international level, hydrogen is becoming an international commodity, so we need partnerships. Europe should open for international global partnerships and supply chain agreements. We need to secure even our future industrial sector in terms of scaling up. The key enablers for having such a growth will be skills. First of all, we are here about skills today, and I give more comments on this, research, innovation, and industrial partnership. This is not a single policy, this is a continental systemic transformation. There are important global investments. The hydrogen sector is growing year by year. Since 2020, at the international scale, the investments growth for plus 50% every year in the so-called renewable hydrogen sector. And strong growth is expected for 2026, where we will have relevant instruments and incentives and auctions happening not only at the European level, but even at the level of the member states in Europe. But we see even for some aspects a faster growth even in other geographies of the world. However, we see still a gap between commitments and the final investment decisions. The projects at the FID level today are around 25 to 30% of the overall pipeline. Europe is active, but the competition is increasing globally, and so the race is ongoing, but not yet decided who is the winner of this race. There are over 500 projects globally beyond the final investment decision. Europe is leading in terms of number of projects, but China is scaling projects to one order of magnitude bigger. So this is a strong signal that demand side activation remains a bottleneck, particularly in Europe, and this is the first priority to be solved in the hydrogen sector. Today, demand side activation will be a driver for the sector to grow. Europe is leading in innovation, but risks losing in scale today. I would like even to give a short point on Hydrogen Europe Research, who we are. We are representing the scientific backbone of this sector with more than 170 members across 30 countries. We have some priorities in our objectives. First, support research, even fundamental research to keep competitiveness even in the medium-long term for European entities. Then promoting the growth of research and technology infrastructures in Europe. This is a very important point to grow skills as well, but even to connect at scale research innovation with the industrial sector and accelerating the deployment of technologies. Then having sustainable development and be at the core of the development strategy of the education and skills in Europe. As said, we are 170 members, more than 900 scientists are participating to create the annual work programs of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership in the different working teams and groups, and we are distributed over 30 countries, including associated members of the Horizon Europe program. We ensure that Europe remains a leader, not only in deployment, but even in knowledge. And we are one of the members, of the 3 members of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, together with the European Commission and Hydrogen Europe. Okay, I'm coming to the final part of my speech to give you a point that research is a circular loop to keep competitiveness. Sometimes we see that research could be linear. We start from low TRL, and then we arrive at the high TRL, market readiness, job done. This is not in the reality. At a certain time, I had a discussion with one person from the European Commission who was saying you had already a third program on the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, so the child is grown and it could move with its own legs. And I was replying, it's not about the child growing, the research in the hydrogen sector, it's about a Formula One championship, and we are preparing our car to stay ahead of the others at every round of the competition. And until a market will exist, the competition will be there. And players would like to stay ahead of others to win this competition. And research is the engine to move this competition forward. And we are convinced that we will need to play again and again this role even in the next future. In Hydrogen Europe Research, we supported then, following this concept, the identification of research priorities for the future. We published a paper November last year with an extended view of research priorities. The paper can be downloaded for free from our website, and it's giving a perspective of research priorities inside the environment of growing the hydrogen sector. Connected with this, we signed even an MOU with the Clean Hydrogen Mission to work together at the international level in having research priorities. Regarding the skills, Hydrogen Europe Research is actively structuring the skills ecosystem, contributing to that in Europe, and we have several activities focused on this. First one is to support the mapping of training instruments inside the European Hydrogen Observatory, giving everything we see around to complete a mapping inside this initiative. You can find some of these instruments inside the website of the European Hydrogen Observatory. We have in Hydrogen Europe Research a skills working group where every month we meet together with our members to discuss around priorities of skills in Europe. We are supporting from a mandate of the European Commission even the IPHE task force on skills that's publishing a report on skills at the global level, which kind of skills are needed in different countries of the world participating to this international consensus. And of course, we are a member of Green Skills for Hydrogen, contributing to the activities of the project, but colleagues will say more in the next panels in this conference today on this. Then, of course, we are concentrating in finding ways where the skills could be supported through different instruments on different directions. So where are the priorities? We will hear a lot on priorities of skills even today, supported by Green Skills for Hydrogen. There are even other initiatives in Europe, large scale, that will involve skills development. There's an ongoing European Hydrogen Academy supported by the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, and soon it will start even a very important big initiative on the Net Zero Hydrogen Academy that will try to gather all of these experiences, not overlapping with them, but to make best use of all these experiences for growing jobs and skills in Europe in the next future. And we are promoting even initiatives from Hydrogen Europe Research that could be strategic for Europe. For example, the Mediterranean Hydrogen Skill Hub in the next future, the North Africa will play a relevant role for the European hydrogen strategy in contributing to the hydrogen corridors to Europe, particularly for the European hydrogen backbone. And if this could happen, we are in need to develop skills even by our partners and to help them in be ready and prepared to contribute to this joint European, Mediterranean, North African challenge. We are developing a concept together with the MEDENER and RECRI, and I know there are some institutional even discussions to move forward this. And the last point is regarding regulations, code and standards. This is another complementary important point connected with the skills development. And this is very important even to open new markets and to enlarge the markets in Europe. Regulations are based on standards. Regulations at the European or member states level cannot be developed without a standard on the back, but the standard is based on the state of the art. And when we are moving beyond the state of the art, we are in a new environment where further actions are needed. And further actions are related, for example, to move a new pre-normative research. And the new pre-normative research is feeding then the development of new standards and then the development of new regulations. And even here we need a special attention then to connect all of this work with the skills development. That's all, and I'm thankful for your attention.
If you want, you can take your seat because now we're going to move to our first panel of the day on upskilling and reskilling in the hydrogen, for the energy transition and in the hydrogen industry. So for this panel, we will have a moderator, Mr. Andrei Bunis. Welcome. Thank you. Good morning. So Mr. Andrei is a policymaker at the European Commission working on skills for competitiveness, including the Pact for Skills and the Net Zero Industry Skills Academies. He brings extensive experience in reskilling, upskilling, and industry-oriented policy. So, Mr. Andrei, the floor is yours, and we would like to welcome, well, I already told Mr. Luigi to take a seat in the stage, and we would like to welcome Mr. Mark Jordan. Let me come down to allow people to take the stairs to go up. Well, they're all tall. So Mark Jordan is CEO of SkillNet Ireland, the Irish National Talent Development Agency, with extensive experience in strategy, partnerships, and workforce development. Secondly, I would like to invite Mr. Eric Sindel, Vice President for Hydrogen and Decarbonization Strategy at Siemens Energy, leading hydrogen-related activities and training development within the company. Then Mr. Marcus Lerman, Head of Vocational Education and Training at DVGW. So thank you. Responsible for National Further Education Network and active in European hydrogen skills projects. And I'm afraid we have an extra seat over there, yes. And lastly, Mr. Aitor Arzuaga Munsuri, President of Basque Hydrogen Corridor. With a strong background in engineering, energy transition, and industrial innovation. Well, so, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Happy to be here. I will then jump straight into heart of the matter, let's say. We'll take a few minutes to develop a short policy background of skills at European level, and then we'll have a series of questions for our panelists today. So skills are one of the main underarching points of the second von der Leyen Commission. You have seen this. There's a political part which is expressed in the Union of Skills communication of last year, but also it's threaded, let's say, in most of the important documents and important papers and rules and regulations that the Commission has put forward and is aiming to put forward in the next period. There's very good reason for that. Skills are an essential element of competitiveness, of European competitiveness. We know that without people you cannot have successful companies because there's nobody to propel the economy forward. Now, more particularly in the field of hydrogen, we have several initiatives and several points where the Commission itself is working on. One of them was mentioned by Mr. President Crema earlier on, the upcoming Net Zero Industry Act Hydrogen Academy, which will build on the current Hydrogen Academy developed by the Hydrogen Joint Undertaking and will expand it to the workforce, so not only to the students and pupils, but also going to the workforce, and will enlarge it in scale to reach an objective 100,000 reskilled people in the next 3 years. The launch of this Net Zero Hydrogen Academy is foreseen for the next few months. We're expecting it to be launched by the second quarter of this year. We have seen the global geopolitical context, which is highly beneficial, let's say, for hydrogen now as it's becoming a stronger and stronger alternative. We've seen also the increase in investments at global level, which means that Europe needs to be there at top. For the moment, we're on the third spot, as you've seen in the presentation earlier on, and we do need to move on upwards with that. And again, that also depends on the people that help propel this technology forward and to make it economically an option for European companies to use as a regular matter. So that being said, we'll now look a bit into skills for hydrogen and how skills, what the issues are, what the skills gap are, where they are, what the bottlenecks are, what are the most pressing needs in terms of skills, and we'll benefit from the experience gathered here today in the panel to find out also what now companies and what the research thinks about the topic and how they see the next 2 or 3 years, which are now becoming crucial given also the geopolitical context and the growing importance of Europe's strategic autonomy. So, first question, and I would like to ask this all the panelists in turn, how do you identify the bottlenecks, and as a side, is that also linked perhaps to the participation of women in industry? Looking at the panel here today, I cannot help but notice that this is something that I'm sure that you have also thought about. It's again, I think it's a recurring topic, and I think I have heard it mentioned in previous conferences. It's something that is an active preoccupation, and perhaps if you can also touch upon that as well. Mr. President Crema.
Thank you for the introduction and the question. First of all, I would like to reply on the proper balance in the sector. In Hydrogen Europe Research, we started an initiative last year to bring invisibility women in green hydrogen, and this as a signal that we are trying to promote more involvement, particularly in STEM careers from the female sector, so that we are in need to increase overall careers in the STEM. And a contribution from the women will be very important in this growth. Generally, the hydrogen sector we have seen is growing, and so we will face probably several barriers in different domains, and probably one of the most critical identified will be in the skills sector. We need to prepare a lot of new skills, and even with the representation that hydrogen is not a vertical skill, but hydrogen is representing a whole chain of different skills. We have skills in the hydrogen production technologies, in the industrial manufacturing, in project development, in procurement, in permitting, knowledge in standards, and not only in production, but even in all the logistics, the storage of hydrogen, the realization of gas networks on hydrogen in Europe, and on the final uses where off-takers are upgrading the industrial sites, making them ready for hydrogen. We see a lot in Europe doing this in the so-called hard-to-abate sectors, in steel, in glass, ceramics, in chemical industry, making ready refineries even to have a green RFNBO hydrogen instead of grey one. So all of this is requiring new skills that could come even from some of the sectors in the proximity. So reskilling and upskilling people from the oil and gas sector, for example, will be very important even to keep jobs that are valuable and can be used soon with a small skilling action in our sector.
Thank you. Same question to you.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I think in the Irish context here, so one of the things that we know in terms of bottlenecks is that when we survey companies in Ireland that are operating in and around the renewable energy sector, we find that 60% of the companies are telling us that whilst the technology readiness is there, they don't believe they have the skills and talent within their organizations to be able to execute and deliver on their mandate as it relates. So obviously that's a bottleneck right there, and that's a challenge that we have. And the question is how do we go about addressing that? So there's also the definition or determining or defining what are the technical competencies versus what are the core competencies to be competitive and work in a particular job in a new and emerging sector. And we find through a lot of the renewable energy industries, particularly hydrogen, onshore and offshore wind, that the companies are very cognizant of the fact that they don't have expectations that technical skills are readily available, but they do understand that core competencies are something that can be transferred from one sector to another. So there's a lot, as the previous speaker just said, there, industries like oil and gas, the mechanical roles, engineering roles possess a lot of the core competencies that are very transferable, both intra and inter-sector. And so then we hone in on what are the technical aspects of that. And so that's what we've done, but been very cognizant of the fact that they have to be very consumable, so the delivery of micro-credentialed solutions is very key here for us to make sure as these organizations are scaling up and hiring, that training doesn't become an overwhelming burden on the organizations and the businesses, so making them very consumable in the way that we go about doing that. So I think the answer from Ireland's perspective is really working cross-industry and being industry-led, which is what Skillnet Ireland does. Primarily, we're not on the supply side at all, we're on the demand side, and everything we do is delivered in conjunction with industry and aligning with policy as well. So it's very key that we understand where the gaps are, understand where businesses need to be from a commercial implementation perspective, and then make sure that we're delivering the right type of skills that are focused, laser focused in on where the gaps are, and making sure that they are consumable and not a distraction from day-to-day running of businesses as well. So that would be our general approach to that.
Yeah, thank you, Eric Sindel from Siemens Energy, and I would like to answer this question from a perspective of a large energy company with more than 100,000 employees, who has been in the energy industry since 150 years. But obviously, hydrogen was never on our agenda in the past. I assume all of you, you have probably not heard about hydrogen in your academic studies. Neither did I. And also on the job, I was not faced with hydrogen until 5, 6, 7 years ago. And suddenly, hydrogen pops up in the market, and we have to change our company. We have to change the skills of our employees. And suddenly, we are building up a large electrolysis organization with hundreds of employees. We're ramping up the hydrogen compression business. We're ramping up the Power-to-X organization. Even traditional units like gas turbines now are talking about burning hydrogen in the gas. So hydrogen becomes now an important topic for many of our employees. And 6, 7 years ago, the organization faced with a challenge about how can we train our employees with hydrogen. We decided to spend money in building up a large, what we call Hydrogen Academy, which I have the honor to lead. And we have set up a set of hydrogen trainings, a complete curriculum for modules for different types of target people in the company. And we've done that in part together with DVGW. As an expert provider as well on the topic. And we have now developed all these trainings. We're rolling them out with good success. We have very, very interested employees wanting to learn the difference, especially between our conventional natural gas business and hydrogen, because there are some differences. And interesting, one of the reasons why we decided to do so is if you are an OEM and you build a power plant, or you build an electrolysis plant, and you have just one accident because some of our engineers used the wrong material or did not really commission it properly, the costs associated with such an accident, even if it's a small accident without any human losses, are still higher than the cost of developing and rolling out the complete Hydrogen Academy in the company. And that was why the company decided, yes, it's worthwhile to spend around $500,000 only in the development of this academy. And there are a couple of changes compared between hydrogen and other traditional gases that we have. And it's, by the way, not a question of gender. We were discussing the issues of too much male or not enough female. It's more an issue of age, and it's an issue of we have been working since decades on a traditional business, and now it's hydrogen in the future as well. And we see with the younger engineers a significant amount of female workers. Also in management positions, and even in my Hydrogen Academy, our core team, half of the core team members that are dealing with the management of this academy are female. So I think it's something that will increase. We don't see really a big difference in terms of male versus female, whether it's capability of knowledge. That's really, I think things are changing, and it will continue.
Thank you. Good to hear.
Thanks. Hello to everybody. I can repeat all the aspects of the previous speakers, but I want to highlight a few ones, especially regarding our cooperation with Siemens Energy, Eric mentioned before. First bottleneck or challenge is that there's a rapid technical development in the field of hydrogen. And if you look at a static curricula, it's one challenge to employ or to combine the technical development and the gaining experience in the field of hydrogen in a curricula. So you have to change the curricula all the time, and we need new degrees. If you think about the formal degrees, it is a long-term process to change them, and we have to introduce new possibilities of degrees and certification of hydrogen skills. That's the first point. The second point is that in the field of hydrogen you have to do cross-thinking, as mentioned before in the introducing speech, and you need a holistic approach. We did that with Siemens Energy, so it's not just a mechanical engineer, it's more, it's all the complete stuff at Siemens Energy, and we need different approaches to gain this capacity in such organizations. And the third one, I think it's the most critical one, we have a lackage of experienced trainers in the field of hydrogen. So we need to organize train-to-trainer programs in which trainers can share their experience in the different fields of hydrogen and develop themselves in this kind of thing. And to the additional questions, we have a question, we have to start earlier. We have to start in schools. We have to enlighten the society about the positive possibilities of hydrogen in our technical fields. That's one way to gain more people in this field of technology.
Good morning. Aitor Arzuaga, President from the Basque Hydrogen Corridor. We are an institution of 75 entities, companies, public institutions, educational institutions, working actively on over 60 hydrogen projects. This initiative was launched in 2020, publicly presented in 2021. 2020 was a hard time to present publicly barely anything due to the pandemic. This valley was recognized as Best European Valley of 2022 by the European Hydrogen Partnership. And we have been working since very early on developing this hydrogen ecosystem. Hydrogen in our region has been present for a long time in the chemical and refining industry. So there was and there is a substantial amount of knowledge around the molecule itself. What there wasn't was knowledge about how we produce the molecule in a different way in renewable hydrogen, how we manage, how we handle it, how we use it in different ways as an energy vector. And we had to foster all the different activities and skills that were required for this. So what we did in 2020, we create, as one of the previous steps in order to launch the Hydrogen Valley, we created a knowledge hub, Aula de Conocimiento in Spanish, in which we joined forces, the universities, vocational training institutions, the government, and some leading industries in order to identify which kind of training and skills were required in order to tackle these new aspects of hydrogen. And we conducted a very wide poll to different industry members. And what we realized was that at the university or master's degree level, there was a requirement to have a general perspective of all the value chain, all the new value chain of hydrogen. And the vocational training, there was significant gaps on specific applications of parts of this value chain that were going to be required en masse in order to populate the industry. I think one of the based on these findings, we acted on creating and fostering among the different learning institutions programs and activities that I will detail later to cover these gaps. I would say that coming back to the question on how we are struggling to make the hydrogen industry attractive for women in this industry, But the underlying is not just our problem as the Hydrogen Association. It's more of a general industry problem, because the enrollment levels on the vocational training in our region and in northern Spain, and we have a substantial amount of kids joining vocational training, but enrollment levels from women in the technical areas such as electrical, automation, chemical, that are basically the foundation upon which we populate the industry, is around 10%. And that's why the problem. So no matter how or what kind of positive discrimination process you put on top of that, you are not going to be able to populate an industry with a significant amount of women on that. And I would say that it is an underlying problem that we need to make industry attractive and even, I would say, sexy or funny, or I don't know, in order to attract kids on a much wider scale.
Thank you. So you've already anticipated a bit on my next question, which was, what are the skills that you see most lacking in hydrogen? And if I understand correctly, I'm also looking at the paper that Hydrogen Europe Research has put out. It's less now it's moving a bit from research skills to more operational skills, and more concrete and practical, and not talking necessarily only about the electricity part in connection to the grid, which is something that we see in all renewable and net zero sectors. There's a clear lack for that. So I would like now to ask, in your experience, what are the skills needs exactly? What have you identified as the current skills, precisely the skills needs that are in the short term and medium term, so 2 to 5 years perspective, and also what would be the best way, let's say, structure to tackle them in a very concrete way. We've seen already some initiatives, like the Siemens Internal Academy, which I understand is already internal, right? Is this something that is also viable? How would you see this also viable for SMEs, for example? For a business, how would you see would be the easiest way in which they can get access to the skills that they would need to either retrain their workforce or to find people who are able to propel them forward?
Thank you. I will start from the perspective of the research. Being Hydrogen Europe Research, we are more on the side of the offer of the skills training. Of course, we are coordinated inside the skills task force, where together with the other members, we are trying to gather the priorities for skills training and to bring in evidence that we need to share the best practices from the ongoing initiatives to support the visibility of the programs that are available in Europe under this perspective. And through the scaling up of the skills development, we need even to approach an ecosystem, to come to an ecosystem approach more than looking at isolated projects, because we need to support with continuity the growth of skills in Europe. And the mechanism like the Net Zero Hydrogen Academy could serve in a good way to this scope. It is a welcome indeed to effectively consolidate and streamline all the valuable content that has already been developed, but even moving forward what is required in the next future. The future training models should even combine education, academia and industry in a closer perspective. From our discussion, we see that the effective training models share 3 characteristics. One is industry involvement in curriculum design. This is very important because we should adapt to the demand side of skills, what we could prepare and then bring in this domain. Then building practical training environments. People get trained faster in a real working environment for this, and even having flexible formats for reskilling existing workers, as said even before. This includes, for example, developing micro-credentials, vocational training partnerships, as well as hands-on demonstration facilities that can support the training, and the training integrated into industrial pilot projects, just to make a few examples. Of course, there is a need to create a structured curricula to connect universities and training centers with the industry, as said, and to provide even common educational resources that can be used and adopted freely by the community.
Yeah, thank you. So I think in terms of the identified skills gaps, they're widely known. They're obviously areas around planning, compliance, governance, overall production and operational functions are very key, with specifically around the needs of the sectors. What we find in Ireland is that across sort of roles, particularly around mechanical, electrical, and environmental sciences, we're finding a lot of specific demand coming from companies. But you know, the key thing to us and to me here is when we talk about accessibility and navigation of the skills ecosystem is really important. You know, put yourself in the shoes of an SME who's either operating directly in the sector or part of the overall value chain, supply chain into it, and there's a need for upskilling specifically. The navigation, it's a very complex ecosystem, skills across any given country as part of the European Union, and particularly in Ireland as well. And I really feel for companies as they start on their navigation journey and how difficult it is. And then they're looking at saying, okay, well, if I've got employees and I need to upskill them, you know, how do I map competencies to role definitions? How do I understand the return on the investment of upskilling? How do I really make sure that I'm promoting the right type of courses and talent development programs that will actually help engage and align with the commercial goals of the organization? So navigation, ease of access, and clarity around benefits and key outcomes from programs is really key here. I think for companies that are engaging in the talent ecosystem, it's very crucial. And so from a European standpoint, I think having a coordinated approach, and you know, we're big supporters of these overall industry-led academies or observatories. I think they work really well, and they're practical forums and centers of excellence for companies and individuals to be able to go to. But the key will be in how to navigate that and how to make sure that it's easy to identify the right type of program that will actually achieve the right type of outcome for any given individual, and that will be really important as we move forward, particularly as this sector, if it is to grow to the size that's projected over the next 5 to 10 years, then it's going to be critical that that infrastructure is put in place for companies and for workers.
This microphone doesn't work, so maybe you can solve that. I would like to answer the question by having a closer look at our H2 Academy, and I've prepared a slide on that. So if you can put that on the screen, that would be nice. Because obviously different types of functions need different training requirements. You cannot do one fits all. And that's why we have developed a curriculum with 4 different modules. I think you have to go back. I've seen the slide before, so. Yep. Okay, now you see it. So it's in total 4 modules. It's a combination of on-site trainings and as well web-based trainings. It begins with a very simple module M1, which is a 1.5-hour web-based training, Introduction to the Hydrogen Economy. The target group is all employees in the company, so including as well lawyers and employees of the human resources organization. The idea is to understand the big picture and be able to explain as well at home to your family and to your friends what this hydrogen is about. So it's more an appetizer to gain interest in this hydrogen world. By the way, we have hundreds of different web-based trainings in the company, and this is the one with the highest rating of all web-based trainings in our company. So very, very interesting. And then we have modules M2 and M3, which were the ones that were developed together with DVGW. They have to be seen a little bit in conjunction because what we did was M2 is a web-based training. We will put everything that you can do online in a specific course. It's around 10 hours of work, 27 chapters covering the whole hydrogen value chain. So from production to transport to use of hydrogen, including as well significant sections on health and safety and materials. And then we have the modules M3, which are presence courses, hybrid courses. We have some online sessions, but we have as well typically a 3-day presence course with 2 or 3 trainers in a classroom. And M3A is, for instance, a typical training designed for the classical white-collar academic type of employees. So people working in engineering, in proposals, and the like. The idea is to learn how to develop and design, engineer hydrogen systems in a safe and compliant way. M3B is training more on the hands-on people, not necessarily only blue collars, but also white collars doing erection, commissioning, operation and maintenance at the sites. So people that really work hands-on with hydrogen systems. And then we have M3C, which is a module which is still in development. That's intended for experts in quality management and EHS organizations, with the idea of how we ensure that we have the right robust processes in the company around hydrogen as well. Both modules M2 and M3 conclude with an exam that is done jointly between DVGW and Siemens Energy. It's an online exam, and you get a certification signed by both companies. And then we have module M4, which is a special one with a target group of sales and management people that have contacts with customers. That here the goal is how to develop hydrogen projects in a successful way with customers. That means this is really about business development, it's about markets, it's about how can we make a hydrogen project being successful in the market to do a FID. It's also a hybrid training with preparatory online sessions, a 3-day presence in a hotel where we really lock them for 3 days, including evening events and fireside chats with external guests. Interestingly, 3 days without a single PowerPoint slide, so you can train without PowerPoint. So salespeople bring their own projects with, and we develop with a specific methodology how to develop these projects further. And so this is the Hydrogen Academy as we do it internally. Modules M1 and M3 we're now in the process of offering that externally as well. So we have prepared all these modules in a way that you can also offer them externally. So it's not a training on our products. Those trainings come on top. So we still have special trainings about how our electrolysis works and how you commission those. But this is more generic. And these modules M1, M2, M3, we're now beginning to do external trainings as well. And it really covers the whole set of delta knowledge between what we have today and what we have in the future. They're also included as well in our professional education, so vocational training. M1 and M2 is as well now an important part of our vocational training for our own young blue-collar exercises.
Thank you. And when you say the certificates are valid also for the gas and water company, that means that if they change jobs, it will still be recognized internally?
Well, it's a certification that demonstrates that the person has not just undergone this training, but also has demonstrated that he has acquired the knowledge as shown in the contents. It's obviously not a master, I would say, because it's only also a limited amount of working time required, but it's at least a certificate that we can also show to our customers. Look, we're only letting people working with the systems that have demonstrated that they have undergone some training.
It works now? Perfect. Eric Zindel explained our model very well, so thank you. It's a good example for the holistic approach I mentioned before. Siemens Energy, we work together since 6.5 years with this project, and they embarked on this path to a whole hydrogen organization on a very early stage. So it's not only technical issues, it's more than that. It's this holistic approach, and the picture, the building of the hydrogen economy is a good example for such a view. But it's still continuous development, so we have to gain new experience, and we develop the curriculum on and on. It's not stable, it will be developed in the next years with the new experience. And now we are on the stage that we have to develop a curriculum and capacities for a future market. So the demands for hydrogen training is still on a low level. It's stable, but it's on a low level. But we have to gain these capacities for a future market. And that's one of the big challenges we have to meet.
Okay. So in terms of what scales and what doesn't, in a nutshell for us, it's a trial and error and try to adapt and modify the training portfolio. We started in 2021 with a master's program joining together 4 universities and providing a general, let's say, training, a master's program on hydrogen technologies. We started with an enrollment of 75 students on the first year, and currently we are at around 25 per year on that master's program. So basically, this was very much sought after at the beginning, when the hydrogen was at the hype, and it was becoming a very popular training and education destination for new engineers and technicians. Currently, we see that this format is no longer working as the industry is maturing, and many positions in the industry are being filled up. So what is working right now very well are micro-credentials and some 20-hour training programs in specific technologies or applications or processes around the hydrogen industry that we're launching, targeting both vocational and both university degrees, and mostly focused at people already working in companies who want to upskill their or due to the new projects they're going to tackle, they need to upskill on specific areas, so they go for these very fast training programs, and they get 80% of the knowledge that they need to be able to enter that new project or new activity. Additionally, another training format that is working very well right now is specific training programs for new production plants that are being launched. For instance, we launched a specific program last year for vocational training, 25 positions on operators of hydrogen plants and e-fuel plants. And out of the 25, it was an 8-month training program, full-time. And when they finished the program, all of them had a job. And we are reissuing the program, so that's working very well because now hydrogen or hydrogen derivative industrial plants are being started up in our region, and that's scaling pretty well.
Thank you. Thank you very much for these very insightful and you can see that laden with experience and knowledge interventions. I would like now to open also the floor to questions from the room. I think we still have a few minutes left. I'm looking at, we still have, okay, so we're good for that. So I would like to invite the participants to ask our panel members questions.
Fernil. Yeah, we also have some questions from people online, joining online. But, okay.
Helene Lux from the Technical University of Denmark. And thank you for the discussions, it's interesting. And I think what I take away is that there's still gaps and we're interested in what industry needs and so on. But there's a problem with ensuring that the people who need education are motivated. And it's difficult in a sector where knowledge continuously develops. So you need motivation to want to keep developing with this, and also to make sure that they want to pursue a career within hydrogen. So my question to you is, do you make research on or are interested in what motivates people that are already in a job or that are outside the hydrogen economy to enter this field? And have you done something that really motivated people to pursue a career within hydrogen?
Would like to feel that?
Well, what I see is that if you talk to young people, students at university, I think it's very easy to motivate them. If they're not already motivated enough, everything that deals with climate change, with hydrogen is usually very attractive. I frequently give as well lectures at universities, and usually I really see students extremely interested. They listen and really get every information out of me that they can achieve. If you look at older colleagues, that also is the case. Obviously, you still have, as in probably everywhere, people that are against some new technologies or fear about something that is new. The odd negationists you may see as well, although in the companies it's rather, at least in my company, it's very low. Even if I look at the US colleagues, for instance, we have, US is, I think, the largest workforce for our company in the world. And even in the more Republican states, you may still feel a little bit more opposition because the economics are not there, and that's right. That's something that cannot be negated. But obviously everybody wants to make the business successful, and we're spending quite a lot in hydrogen development. And we want to be successful. When it comes to customers, it's not about motivation. Really, the biggest concern that we see is the economics simply don't work. Hydrogen is a commodity, and it's a commodity that is significantly more expensive than the conventional gray technologies. And I do as well this module 4 for sales trainings. And it's really about how can we make projects successful in terms of achieving FID. And the offtake is not there. No companies interesting to sign offtake agreements for 15 years at a fixed price for a commodity that is at the moment many times more expensive than the conventional business. And that is what is holding this business from really ramping up. And that's the biggest issue. It's not about motivation, it's simply the economics. We have built a large factory for electrolysis stacks in Berlin that can produce up to 3 gigawatt per year of electrolysis. And to be honest, we're not even at 1 gigawatt at the moment. The factory is empty. We cannot even fill one shift. That's the reality.
Can I just add one thing really quickly on that? And it's a really good question, and it's at the crux of everything, I think. And it's important to say that not all countries are equal in terms of the perspectives around lifelong learning and really what motivates the workforce and what motivates organizations to invest in upskilling. And I think in Ireland, for example, there's often a lag between when somebody leaves formal education and they start engaging in upskilling or lifelong learning, whereas in other countries it's continual. But I think if it's, in terms of the motivation, if it's linked to career progression and career pathways and clear as to what an upskilling initiative or an investment that somebody puts in to learning a new skill, what that will mean for them in terms of career opportunities and all that comes with that, and it's looked upon as a benefit as opposed to a chore. I think that's the secret, that the good companies that I see operating across any given sector are the ones that treat upskilling as a benefit and really link it to career to a career pathway and really promote it in that sense.
Thank you for raising this point, because I think it's extremely important to motivate, or how to motivate, how to be successful in motivating young people or trained professionals to be willing to be part of this industry. And what we have seen is that when we talk to the students or the potential candidate students, what really makes them look at this in a different way is giving them the purpose. How their job or their activity, or if they become part of this industry, they are going to make their small part in order to decarbonize aviation or the maritime transport or heavy industry or fertilizer that we need for growing food, and how we are going to make a better world, and at the same time making Europe a bit more independent, a bit more resilient, a bit more safe. And that we usually go directly to equations and technical topics, but I think including this kind of opening sessions in which we provide the purpose of why this industry really needs to survive for us in Europe and needs to thrive. It's a very key ingredient. We are getting better enrollment and better attitude towards our programs when we start with this kind of giving purpose.
And yeah, a short, small feedback to the question. I think hydrogen is generally considered in the young generation as sexy. We see this even with some training programs we are doing since several years with my institute in people between secondary school and the academic career, and training them on all the different fields of new energies, from solar to batteries to geothermal to hydrogen included. And we ask them to choose one topic for their final exam to develop a report. And most of them are selecting hydrogen. This is
much of interest, I see, for the young generations. But then it's not only positive, the overall picture. Hydrogen careers are in competition even with other sectors. Because all the energy transition careers in solar, in other sectors, where the market is more consolidated, there's a competition in offering jobs. And considering that hydrogen is not yet, as even said by the colleague from Siemens, a very consolidated market with some hurdles, contracts that could be given in this sector sometimes are not so appealing in terms of continuity, stability, compared to the contracts that are coming from other renewables. And the stability in a job contract in some questionnaires and pools have been seen as the second point of choice that is motivating young careers. And so this could be a point where to keep attention and to work in the next future.
Thank you. I have one online question. Yes, so the question is, how will the EU ensure the skills strategy remains live and updated as hydrogen technologies and safety standards evolve over the next 3-5 years? Perhaps for Andre. I will repeat. Yeah, is how the EU will ensure that the skills strategy remains live and updated as hydrogen technologies and safety standards evolve over the next 3-5 years.
Well, there's a reason why I was turning towards the panel who is here on the side of the industry and then, not the policymaker part. From the policymaker part, we are obviously very much aware of the geopolitical context, and so clearly, at least for now, it doesn't seem like it will dwindle in importance, the topic of hydrogen. Then again, we are launching actions that are oriented, and they will take place over several years. So the Hydrogen Academy that we are launching now for the workforce will take 3 years to be implemented. So in total, the whole project is 4 years, but the exact implementation, the concrete implementation of it is 3 years, aiming at 100,000 learners in these 3 years, and then a couple of other criteria. So again, we are looking at more the mid and longer term with the actions that we are doing, which is a guarantee in itself that the interest for that, at least at our level, at the policymaker level, will remain.
Yeah, maybe I can just add a few comments to this. It's a very important point because there's a risk sometimes in some support streams that there could be fragmentation or that a project-based initiative then is abandoned without continuity. So the continuity in supporting education and training, as well as even other topics in hydrogen sector, is very important. I see the continuity is there. We are even pushing, as Hydrogen Europe Research, new programs or new initiatives that could support education and training, as said even before, even in partnership with an international landscape, particularly with the partners that we are trying to commit for our future. For example, the MENA region, the Gulf country, will be a very essential point to develop jointly skills. And of course, inside our task force on skills, we are discussing on what is in the future a need for hydrogen education and training and skilling.
I think the question is very good because this industry is not yet established. And even if we have used hydrogen for more than 150 years, the reality is it has been used in a very small part of value chains. So yes, we have had methane reformers, and we're producing ammonia with hydrogen since more than 100 years now. But the reality is, inside this plant, there were a few meters of pipe carrying hydrogen. It was not really a hydrogen economy. And you see that many of the rules, regulations are still in the making. Things are changing. The industry are changing. The markets are changing. And what we do is, first, we understand perfectly it's, yes, we have to change as well our internal trainings. That's, by the way, one of the reasons why we decided to go external with these trainings as well, because we want to make the money for keeping the maintenance of the slides and the contents always up to date. And after every single training that we give, we have a debriefing and we realize, oh, this chapter is getting outdated, we have to work on it, and we're adding new, smaller chapters, modules. We're shifting as well into more online sessions. Interesting thing now with AI, and we have good experience of using AI to make web-based trainings much easier and cheaper than it was maybe 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, where we can easily shift a presentation to an online format very easily.
To add some points, you have to think in the long-term partnerships. At the moment, under economic view, it's not so good to build these capacities. But you have to think in a long-term partnership. In the next years, there will the development of the hydrogen market, and then you are able to sell trainings all over to the people. And you have to build networks. We are involved in a few European projects, and all over Europe there are small projects, and they gain experience, and you have to organize this exchange of the experience between the different spots. So then you can develop your curriculum and add the experience from other parts. That's really necessary, and I'm really glad that there are such networks, and the founding of such networks. That is really important. So all over Europe there are really good technical developments, and you could share the experience between them.
This question comes to my heart. I would say that there is a very simple recommendation that because the hydrogen, the renewable hydrogen industry, as you said, is not yet established. It's promising, it's coming, but it's not mature yet. So the key ask that we as a hydrogen corridor could place on the EU is to keep it simple. Just to keep it simple, because if one of the skills that we are struggling with, and I don't know if the rest of the panel, is the operational planner, energy trader, basically electricity gambler profile that we need to run production planning in a hydrogen plant today to make the renewable hydrogen green. And this is because we are currently making very specific and particular regulation to make renewable hydrogen. If we make this regulation simple, as Hydrogen Europe is currently advocating, we are going to have a very successful and very inclusive industry. That's going to come naturally.
And a very small add-on, every billion euro that is entering into the hydrogen sector, we need around 20,000 new skilled people. And I was invited in a restricted meeting at the last gathering for the 4 waves of the IPCEI on hydrogen. IPCEI is an important project of common European interest that is collecting overall around 40 billion euro of public-private investment in the hydrogen sector, 40 billion. I was asked to give 10 policy priorities for the next future in an involvement of 22 member states. together with DG Competition from the European Commission. And among the list of 10 priorities, I was pushing a lot for having education and training and development of skills involved, even because there must be a collaboration between European Commission and Member States, because the recognition of training formats, sometimes it's by the Ministry of Instruction, Education at the member state level. So this is even another very important point to give a continuity in the medium long term to education programs.
Mentioned or tackled by one of our guest speakers, Massimo Santarelli. Well, thank you very much. I don't know, Mr. Muniz, if you would like to wrap up.
Thank you. For me, this was extremely interesting, and I hope as well for you, if you'd like to have maybe a short, very short word of goodbye for our participants here and online.
Yes, we are committed, as said, as Hydrogen Europe Research, in supporting skills development. Now the next step is to come to an ecosystem approach and to support even long-term training in Europe and by the member state, as said.
Yeah, I think my parting comment would be that if we want the hydrogen sector to emerge and scale, we need to treat skills as part of the infrastructure and not sort of an adjacent value add to industry. And so that will be very key. I think integrating it part of the critical pathway to the sector's success will be critically important.
Yeah, my final comment is always a very optimistic one. Yes, today hydrogen is more expensive, but we will see exactly the same thing that what we have seen with renewable energy in the last 20, 30 years. So if you look at wind and solar energy 20 years ago, I was betting that they will never achieve costs of conventional generation, and now it's a fourth. Usually with new technologies, you tend to overestimate the potential in a short term, but to underestimate it in a long term. So hydrogen will not be the most important energy vector in the future, but a very important part thereof. So it's just a matter of time. Be patient. It will come maybe a little bit later than we expected, but then with sufficient power. Thanks.
So my view is also optimistic. I think there will be a future hydrogen market, and we have to invest now in the building of capacities and the building of networks. Now is the chance to do that, and we should use this chance to build a suitable network for the future.
I will use my word just to say thank you to Green Skills for Hydrogen initiative for bringing these topics to the light of the discussion. I think this initiative is very important to help us build effectively and successfully a thriving workforce in Europe in the technology and the technical aspects related to hydrogen. Thank you.
Thanks to this excellent panel. Well, we're almost fine with our schedule, maybe 10 minutes behind, but let's take 20-25 minutes of coffee break to have time also to get to know each other and also continue our discussion. Thank you. So, to continue the program, are you ready? Because we have people online, so we have to more or less follow our schedule. That I forgot to mention that behind your badge you have a QR code that brings you to the website of our event, and the program is there. So you click the link and you can find the agenda if you need to consult it. So now I'm pleased to welcome Ahmed Abbas from Enerdata. Ahmed Abbas is an expert in hydrogen and renewables with over 10 years experience in clean tech innovation, and the green economy. With a strong background in market analysis and strategic development, he will now present the European Hydrogen Skills Strategy, which was part of our work package too. Thank you, Ahmed, and welcome.
Okay.
The green is to go forward.
Okay.
And yeah, you have this microphone, or you prefer if you want to move?
That's okay.
It's okay. Well, great. Thank you.
So welcome everyone. It's such a pleasure to see this large audience today and to explore what we have done during this 4-year project to respond to the industrial need and the development of the hydrogen sector across the member states. Let's see, okay. So basically, our starting point was the very key questions that we need to reply about the industry. What does the industry is looking for? What kind of skills and profiles are looking for? We need to listen to the industry at this stage, but not only at the current stage, but also at the future. Looking on the development and the evolution of the sector, because we're starting the hydrogen move, and we're expecting a ramp up of the industry across the following years. So we need not just to understand what the industry is looking for at the moment, but also to anticipate the evolution and the development and the future demand. Secondly, to define a strategic way to respond to this demand currently by developing different strategies, programs, initiatives to kickstart the sector and to follow the evolution. So to do this, we start from the ground. We start from the need analysis, demand need analysis, by approaching the various industrial actors, the ecosystem of the hydrogen, to get hands-on knowledge, to listen to experts, practitioners, companies, institutions, all the stakeholders, and understand the dynamics and the requirements of the industry. That was not just on the demand side, but also on the supply side. So we did also an analysis of the training programs, the academic, the vocational, the continuing education programs that exist on the ground. We don't like to start from scratch. We know that there are a lot of things that exist, but these are pretty much fragmented individual initiatives in several countries across the EU. We want to understand who is doing what programs exist, to map this, to understand where the gaps are, where the opportunities to leverage the existing programs, and how to optimize this, how to go beyond this. Following that, we developed the skill strategy that is based on 6 pillars that we will explore together. And finally, as this is a 4-year program, we did a final round of update to understand what happened during the 4 years. So we started in 2022, 2023, but then we are in 2025, 2026. So there is an evolution in the industry that we want to capture as well. So the industry need analysis started with the basic desk research, literature review of all the publication across the EU, then several rounds of interviews that we will explore the results that are very interesting. We will go a bit technical into details that would be interesting to explore for various reasons. Then we moved to the comparison of the required profiles with the existing European skills and competencies framework. And finally, we identified and classified the profiles, the occupational profiles that we have identified. So we have a complex, diverse ecosystem that we call the value chain. We have industrial actors that manufacture small component, integrators, system manufacturer like electrolyzers, for example, or a fuel cell, but also we have small components that go inside these. So all of these industrial actors are part of the value chain, but also we have the support organizations, the associations, the academic institutions, the research institutions, and we have the project developers. And this is a large ecosystem, and each actor in this value chain has different requirement of different occupational profiles. So to make it clear, an occupational profile is a set of skills, competencies, and knowledge to perform a certain specific task. And each industry have requirement of several occupational profiles. So this is the technical term of a position that could be purely technical, could be managerial, or could be on the work level or the technician level. So here is the first round, or the most inclusive round of interview campaign, included 93 interviews that covered the whole value chain across the EU. So we interviewed all the stakeholders in the value chain to get this sort of inclusive, diverse feedback on the requirements across the whole value chain. And this is how you see the inclusivity of the interview campaign that also included an important actor that is hard to find or hard to interview, which is the public organizations. Public organizations or public agency that are responsible for the authorization, permitting, are an important actor, and they are part of the value chain, and also they have their own needs for occupational profile. So this is the distribution of interviews. We tried to cover as many as possible of the EU countries, definitely with the value chain in perspective. There are quite differences because you have countries with a more mature ecosystem, with the larger enterprises that exist in these countries. That's why you have some differences between countries. Some other countries are just launching and starting. That's why you see some differences in the number and the coverage. Then what we've done is that we compiled all the information about the required occupational profiles based on all of the industry reviews. And we have compiled over 200 distinct occupational profiles. So all the value chain have expressed the demand, the requirement of around 200 occupational profiles that cover all levels from assembly line workers to top managerial. And we have matched this with the with the ESCO framework, the European Skills and Competencies and Qualification Framework, to understand how this fits into this framework. So as you see, this framework has a 3-digit levels. So level 1, this is the managerial level, the top management, and level 8 is the assembly workers. And each one of these levels require some sort of different qualifications, skills, and competencies and knowledge level that also applies to the hydrogen context. So it's a sort of classification that respects the ESCO framework that exists already and tries to fit these profiles within this framework. So for level 1, for example, managerial level, you have a 3-digit that would differentiate the different profiles within this level. For example, here we have ESCO profile 215. This is the second level, the second tier after the managerial level. And for profile 215, this is the electrical engineering profile. So this is a very specific profile within this segment, 215. The difficulty for hydrogen, you have new profiles that have not been classified yet. So what we've done is that we tried to fit in these new profiles within the closest profile segment that we could identify. But eventually there is a message behind this. There is a following step that these new profiles have to be integrated within the ESCO system. So for example, we integrated a lot of profiles. I'll tell you what are the new profiles here. We have fuel cell engineers. So we don't have a fuel cell engineering classification and code in the ESCO. This is a new profile. This is a new category that should be integrated. Also, electrolyzers engineer. So this is a very specific profile, but it could fit within the electrical engineering segment. However, there are slight differences because you have to have additional experiences. For example, an electrolyzer engineer would be dealing with the electrical side of the equipment, but also there is a chemical, there is a molecule coming on the other side. So at least you have to have certain knowledge on the other side. But we try to do the best, but this is an important message that we convey, that these new profiles should be integrated and should be defined properly with a certain code within the ESCO for the future requirements and the future work. Most importantly, the demand for hydrogen knowledge is not unified on all profiles that have been identified, which is an assembly worker is not required to have the same knowledge level and technical level of experience on hydrogen as an electrical engineer or a fuel cell engineer. This is important to understand that there is a wide range of requirements for these profiles that will be addressed later in the skill strategy, and we need to adapt to this. Some profiles need to have a notion, a quite basic understanding of what's hydrogen, what is important when you deal with hydrogen, but there are other profiles that should be knowledgeable enough to handle this important equipment. There are also profiles that deal with management. Sometimes they are required to have deep understanding, technical understanding of the hydrogen, but not only hydrogen. Sometimes a knowledge beyond the hydrogen, as hydrogen would be a part of the building block of energy, larger energy systems. So the highest level of knowledge is required, as you see, for top researchers, physicians, material scientists, material engineers, process engineers. But then on the lower level, IT experts, for example, are not required to have this deep understanding or deep knowledge. So it's important to have this in mind when we develop training, when we develop curriculum for the hydrogen and prepare the future generation for hydrogen. Yes, you could be working in a hydrogen company, but you're not always required to have a profound level or advanced level of knowledge and competencies. The following important step, as we mentioned, this is an evolving industry. We're just starting, and there is a journey of maturity. So the demand right now is quite different from tomorrow, is quite different from 10 years from now. So what we captured here, we classified profiles that we have identified into three distinct or three important categories. Why? There are profiles that are required right now at the moment. There are profiles that are missing, which means missing here means are hard to find There is a competition with other sectors. It's hard to find. It's hard to find specific level of experience and knowledge. So this is a critical segment that we need to look at when we develop strategies, when we develop initiatives and programs. And finally, future profiles. With the evolution and maturity of the profiles, there will be a slight change in the requirements and the demand. And I would give you an example before we go to these different lists. We start the hydrogen by focus on research and development, innovation, PhD programs, ideas, initiatives, but then we move on the program development, project development. But once we move on and we start to build projects, commission projects, which is the case right now, the demand shifts from research and innovation to project engineers, construction, commissioning engineers, commissioning personnel, technicians, operators, which was not the case 5 years ago. So this is something that we need to take in mind, we need to consider, and we look for how to adapt to this need. Because currently what we have discovered and we will explore is that the sector is maturing, so there is a shift into practical experience requirement, which was not the case 5 years ago. So all of this is accessible online on the project website, on the strategy that has been published in 2023. And you have extensive list of all the profiles that are required at the moment, current profiles, future profiles, and also missing profiles. Maybe we can stop on the missing profiles. So there are a lot of missing profiles or hard to find, but there is a shift in this regard. So when you speak and the missing profiles, the difficult to find, are different based on the actor you're interviewing. For example, an oil and gas company that is integrating or building a hydrogen electrolyzer would tell you that we're looking hard to find experienced electrical engineer specialized in electrolyzers or high voltage engineer. Why? They have the expert base of chemical engineering. They master molecule management process in chemical industry, but they don't have this rubric of expertise in electrical process, automation, high voltage. So they tell you we're missing this occupational profile. When you speak, on the other hand, with electrical company or renewable energy company that master the electricity, that have all the profiles that work with electricity, they tell you we miss process engineers, chemical engineers. So there is a discrepancy in the industry based on the type of actor. That means still there is a missing, there are missing profiles that we need to train, that we need to develop, that we need to attract to this industry and prepare to join these different actors across the whole value chain. Also, the future occupational profile, pretty much similar, but there is focus, as I mentioned, on practical aspects, operational aspects. So the profile could be required currently, but the magnitude of the number of required profiles would change dramatically in the future. For example, 5 years ago, we wouldn't need a lot of operational technicians. But right now, 5 years from now, we would need more and more operational technicians, maintenance technicians, operational engineers, automation engineers, construction, commissioning. So the scale and the number, there is a change also in the magnitude of these required profiles in the future. So a snapshot of the most interesting profiles or the most mentioned profiles across the whole value chain. So the top required and demanded by number of the interviews we conducted that could be quite conclusive is chemical engineer. A chemical engineer is clearly required. But also an electrochemical engineer is the most interesting part. You need to join these two areas of expertise and knowledge to handle both ends of the process, the entry point of electricity and the exit point of the molecule. We also have operation. There is a great demand and stress on the importance of operation maintenance technicians. Risk and safety. Risk and safety is one of the most important aspects, as a lot of actors are afraid from this new molecule that they are not used to handle in their operation, and they are concerned about this because of the lack of experience, the lack of knowledge, and the specificity of the hydrogen. So they tell you all the time that we require this, we need this health and safety. That's why our colleagues in the program have developed a dedicated module for the health and safety of various equipments involved in the hydrogen. We have also mechanical engineers, production technicians, electrical, material science. We deal with a different molecule with different properties that we need experts in handling material, in valves, pipes, equipment that deal with this material to ensure safety and proper operation of different material. So we have the occupational profile classification, but we also got another side of the story, which is what are the most important areas of knowledge and experience that has been released by this interview campaign. So we have here mentioned all the technical areas of experience and knowledge that have been identified as important. So we have production, so the production of the molecule, the process of electrolysis, and all the management of this process. Have hazards, as we mentioned, hazards across the whole process, the high voltage side, the handling of the molecule side, the compression, liquefaction, if we have liquefaction, storage as well. So this is the hazard side. Hydrogen refueling stations, very important part. Then the system, the design of the whole system that is quite complex and involves different areas of knowledge and expertise. Operation, maintenance. Maintenance was not an urgent topic at the beginning, 4 years ago, but right now it's becoming more and more important. You have a lot of hydrogen refueling stations, hydrogen buses, hydrogen equipment, fuel cells that are in operation, and you want to ensure that all of these equipment can function properly and safely. And who is the first one to deal with this? Is the maintenance technicians or the maintenance engineer. And it's not an easy task. Why? Because you have electrical equipment on one side, you have compression, you have gas, you have molecule on the other side, and you have automation and sensors in the middle, and you have monitoring system. And the first one to do the maintenance has to be aware of these different systems that work together. Imagine the level of expertise and knowledge required from this technician or this engineer about these different systems to identify the potential risk or the potential failure. We have electrolysis, storage, fuel cell, and this information has been released in the skill strategy to help those who develop programs, initiatives, trainings across the EU and other parts of the world. If you would like to refer to this publication. But importantly, internally, because internally in our project, as you will see later, there has been a lot of work to develop, to kickstart a lot of training modules that are based on these findings that we collected from the industry. As we mentioned, in parallel, there was a work to identify, to map all the training initiatives and programs that exist. And there is also a different classification for the training levels according to the EQF, European Qualification Framework, starting from level 1, the very basic primary education, to EQF 8, which is the doctoral, the PhD degrees. So there has been a lot of work that has been done by Hydrogen Europe Research to map all the existing programs across Europe and to make this available for all those who want to understand who is doing what. So this is the countries that have been covered by another campaign of interviews, 53 interviews across 20 countries to identify all the programs. So interviews were inclusive as well. So not only academic institutions, but also vocational education, universities, research institutions, and other organizations in the value chain. And I remember a very interesting interviews that we have done with Siemens Energy, that we have discovered that they have started their own training academy. So that was a very good news that we know that industries, some industry actors have taken advanced steps to build their own educational programs internally, but partially for the public use, as our Siemens Energy colleague has mentioned, which is a good news because we want to build on this. So this is the classification of the actors that have been interviewed. It's a quite inclusive group of actors that cover the whole education ecosystem and includes as well the industries. So what kind of findings? So on the primary level before secondary school, there almost nothing there at that moment in 2022, 2023, when we have done this interview campaign. On the secondary level, there are occasional offers, but very few scattered. On the higher vocational training, there are increasingly some programs there, some content at least in several programs. Not always a dedicated program, but there are courses, there are modules inside, there are topics that are related to the hydrogen according to the specialization of each program. But more importantly, there is an interest, a genuine interest by these institutions, by these actors, and also there is an interest from students to pursue the hydrogen career, to get specialized training in the hydrogen, to join this future green industry. On the academic level, there is nothing on the bachelor level, but there are some dedicated master programs dedicated to hydrogen, not a lot, but there are programs, and there is increasing attention to hydrogen and increasing interest to develop dedicated hydrogen programs on the master level. On the very high level, on the PhD level, this is a research-based level. Then you have a lot of PhD students that pursue dedicated specialized topics related to hydrogen across various academic institutions. So there are a lot of differences across the different organization and educational level, and this is normal, but we need to bring hydrogen education to the large mass. So we need to go to the vocational training more, to the bachelor degree more, to these degrees that produce the large mass of technicians, workers, and field experts. You have seen this slide. It's a very important of where actual workers get their hydrogen education. It's important to understand the context in order to build on this context and to adapt whatever we're going to build. So most of the current personnel, the current occupational profiles that work in hydrogen get their education on the job training. We have seen how Siemens Energy tackled this, but other companies also, they understand that this is something new. So they ask for an electrical engineer, for example, but then they develop and train his expertise internally. The same applies to technicians, to workers, and so on. Additionally, these companies do not have time to send their workers for a 1-year or 2-year degrees if they require this profile at the moment. So what happens is the offer or the demand or the request or encourage their workers for short practical training. So couple of days, 1 week training to get into this topic with practical to the point knowledge in a certain specific application, for example, hydrogen mobility, risk and safety for compression and storage. So you have a very specific skill requirement, competency that requires certain knowledge and practical experience, and a short training program would do the job. Also, we have short knowledge-based training that are available online, for example. But then on the background, we have all the academic programs that give us the inflow of graduates in various disciplines. But this takes time. And for companies on the ground that require this, do not have the time to wait 1 or 2 years. But the idea here is to understand that this is an ecosystem. All of these training initiatives or programs or choices offer different solutions to different stakeholders or different needs. But on the long term, we need to look for the educational, vocational training, the academic training, as this is the machine that builds graduates for the future, the near future and the long future requirements of the industry. So as we mentioned, there are some challenges in this aspect, in the education part, and there are opportunities as well. So as this is something new, we lack organizations work individually, normally, academic institutions, so there is a lack of teachers and trainers, lack of flexibility of the educational path. It takes a lot of effort and administrative work to introduce a new program on the master's level, on the bachelor level. And those who work in the academics understand the level of complexity and difficulty and the time it takes. Lack of infrastructure. If you're going to develop a training program, you need to ensure that you have the proper infrastructure, labs, equipment, and this takes time and costs money. Fear of availability of resources, financial and human resources, to develop these new programs across the different academic institutions. But also, most importantly, as we see the cycle of hypes of the hydrogen, should an institution invest money and resources and equipment to develop a master for hydrogen, and then you have 50 students on the first year, but then 3-5 years you have 10 or 5, there is a risk. And it's important to understand this risk from the academic and the institutional side. We don't have specific standards when it comes to hydrogen education. This is an important aspect, and we need to ensure the quality and the properness of these education programs that should meet the industrial demands and requirements properly. On the driver's side, there is a genuine interest. It's a renewable part of the renewable transition, and a lot of people, a lot of institutions and students, especially younger generations that are concerned about the environment, are interested to join this. There is a policy support, a lot of like what we discussed today. We want to bring this to the public, to the market. We want to address this on a policy perspective. There are fundings that are starting to pop up in different programs, in different initiatives across the whole value chain. As we mentioned, the initiatives. There are experts that are there, but we need to put them in the right order and to fit them within the whole ecosystem. And the business opportunity to meet the future demand. So based on all of these findings and the hands-on knowledge and the information we collected, we have developed this, what we call the European Hydrogen Strategy. It's some sort of a roadmap of what is needed, what is required to address the market needs on a longer term, on a current basis, and on a longer term, taking into consideration all the ecosystem requirements, all the stakeholders, the findings that we collected from the ground. A collective work. It's not only for green skills for hydrogen, it's just a building block. It's one actor that scratching the ground, that building something that could fit the whole ecosystem, and the whole ecosystem could build on it. So we have 6 pillars in this strategy that start from developing modular training all the way to the promotion and increasing the attractiveness of the hydrogen, especially for younger generations, experts, technicians, workers, engineers, to build up this workforce for the future demand. So for example, building a modular training, why it's important, we want to open this for the grand public. And as we've seen in the very good initiative of Siemens, they have started from basic education, basic notion of hydrogen, and then you build on this initial modules. So we want training and educational programs to be modular as building blocks, so the more knowledge of hydrogen or the more specialized level of experience and know-how, the more you go and advance in the education. So we need to build this on a modular basis that you can start from basics that could be attended by anyone. And then you go on into the more deep technical knowledge and experience. Also, we have to adapt that there are different requirements. So a project developer would require different set of knowledge and experiences than an electrical engineer. So a modular design would meet both needs differently, rather than pursuing one straight path like usually what happens in purely academic programs. We don't have standards or specific qualifications for hydrogen training, and we need to develop this. We need to build the institutional capacity that could certify, could ensure the quality and standards, and give the recognition for whatever training programs in the market. So we have different actors that are developing these different initiatives individually or collectively in some cases, but we don't have a unified framework that could recognize and certify whatever training to ensure that the graduates of this training have certain level of competencies, skills, and knowledge. Just to make sure that the industrial actors that will employ this will have a way to identify what meets their requirements, what is the quality level of this graduate based on a unified perspective. So we need to develop this on an institutional level and also to mass publish this for all actors in the industry. The third pillar is the continuing education. We have a lot of expertise in the industry right now. A lot of occupational profile have been working in close by or similar industries, renewable energies, chemical industries, refiners, mobility, and there are a lot of similarities between these industries in terms of the skill requirements and the knowledge requirement and what we need in the hydrogen applications. And here we need to open the door for all of these personnel that have practical experience that worth a lot to advance to the hydrogen. And this would be mainly by the continuing education and open education. We know that academic programs are quite hard to access, especially for those who work, but we need to build something open for anyone, for those enthusiasts, those who have practical experience in the market to join. Establish a hydrogen online community. We need one large source of information about the industry, about occupational profiles, and about education programs that all those who look for information, look for insights, look for applicants can refer to. All the different stakeholders that we have mentioned can check this website. We have started this in the Green Skills for Hydrogen. If you go to the website, you will find rich resources on all existing educational programs, academic, vocational, continuing education that we have identified. So this is an important resource. If you are a student, you can identify existing programs and you can compare. If you're going to develop a new program as an academic institution and you want to understand who is doing what, maybe for a future collaboration or a joint program, this is your source. But also for companies that look for graduates can take this. Additionally, the program has developed a rich database, a rich resource of training modules that cover specific areas of expertise, knowledge area, applications, and all of this is available online. So if you're looking for an introductory module on hydrogen fuel cell and their application, there is a dedicated module on the website that has been developed by the University of Perugia and the Technical University of Torino, and it's accessible online. This could help academic programs, that could help others, that could help all actors to access this knowledge base online. But this is not a one actor responsibility. This is just the starting point. And this could be leveraged by all other actors and could be used as a starting point. I know that the website, the platform is open for other institutions as well, especially after the end of the program. There is a sustainability plan to make this larger, to open this as an alliance for all actors that are interested to build on the training curriculum that have been developed, and also use the website to publicize their programs and access a larger base. The fifth pillar is the mobility. Why mobility is important? All companies are asking for practical experience. You need to build this practical experience to access resources, labs, equipment. Academic institutions or vocational training have to develop programs, and it's a long and costly process, and there is a risk behind it, financial, economic, and demand. However, if we increase this sort of mobility for learners, teachers, and the programs, we could build joint programs. For example, a university in Spain and a university in France or Italy can build a joint program for a master's degree, for example. And students can move from between these two universities, and the universities share the risk, share the experience, share the same pool of professors. That would create momentum and create experience and exposure. The same applies to all actors in the ecosystem. And students will benefit a lot from accessing all of these institutions, equipment, and environment. The Spanish ecosystem is quite different from Italy, it's quite different from Denmark. The industrial base is different, the ecosystem is different. So you will build this more inclusive, more rich experience across different regions. So we want to encourage this. We want to have funding to support this. We want universities, organizations, institutions to recognize the importance of this and build on what's existing. And finally, the promotion. This is a new sector. We need to promote this, especially with the graduates, students. How we build this, how we promote this: information, publicity, encouragement, funding, programs. There are a lot of tools that we can use to publicize this. Finally, what we have done lately, because we have done this in 2022, 2023, we have done a round of update to understand the shift or the development of the industry. And that ensures that all information we have really reflects the demand in the industry. And basically, the demand is there, similar, but there is a shift into more practical profiles. Interestingly, for the gender aspect, all the actors are interested, are welcoming. They have some of the actors have dedicated programs to encourage women, but the difficulty, the barriers, we don't have the same number of women or the percentage of women in technical education as men. That's why we don't have the same flow of graduates and the applicants of a graduate, but we continue to do this. The industry is maturing. Demand is shifting more into construction profiles, operational profiles, maintenance profiles, as we mentioned, but also consolidation with other industries that are important in the overall ecosystem. So, as an important aspect, those who work in the hydrogen, especially the project developers and the higher management and project designers, need to look to have this overall diverse experience of the whole energy ecosystem, because the hydrogen system or the hydrogen project will be a part of a larger system. It will be a part of a refinery, it will be part of a mobility system, it will be part of whatever other applications, and you need to build this overall holistic understanding. We mentioned also the practical experience again and again and again, and this is something hard with the short history of hydrogen. Health and safety are important, hazards still to be important, but also understanding the overall risk of developing and building a hydrogen project across the whole value chain. It's a complex system that depends on renewable energy produced by wind farm somewhere and electricity transported by the grid. And then you have transformers, and then you have hydrogen that is transported by pipeline to a refinery somewhere else. And you need to understand all of these bricks and the linkages and the risks in the overall system. Synergies with other derivatives, sustainable aviation fuel, ammonia, methanol, but also carbon capture, utilization, and storage. We need to look for hydrogen as part of a larger system, and we need to understand the dynamics between hydrogen and these different systems, and also develop innovative business models. We have an existing infrastructure that uses hydrogen as a feedstock and the new applications for hydrogen, and we need to come up with innovative business models that builds on practical, technical, and economic aspects that would make hydrogen works. That's what we're looking for. That's a very important aspect that we need to identify. Finally, as we mentioned, there are synergies with other applications, renewable, derivatives, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, hard-to-abate industries, steel, chemicals, glass, and other applications. We need to fit hydrogen properly, technically, and economically within the industry. And for profiles, we're not starting from scratch. We're building on the basic knowledge, chemical knowledge, electrical engineering, material science, fire, explosion, safety, and also automation. So these are the basic knowledge that we need to build on as part of the evolution and the development of the hydrogen occupational profiles and skills requirement. I finished my presentation. I really thank you. I'm not sure if you have any question. We can take maybe, Patricia, 1 or 2 questions?
Yeah, 1 or 2 questions.
If you have, thank you.
Has this been translated in career pathways and mapping? Because, yes, there's a lot of talk about what the company needs, what the industry needs, etc. But let's say at least the focus seems to be less on bringing that knowledge in a very understandable and clear way to workers, for example. Because for example, if you're saying that in 3 or 4 years you need more operational type of roles, right? Let's take the example of mechanical, technician? Sorry, I'm not a specialist in this sector, obviously. If I hold a position in a mechanical technician, and maybe I'm unemployed or I'm not unemployed, how am I going to understand if this is a career path for me? And what exactly do I need to do? And in what time frame should I consider doing it to be ready for when you will need me? Of course, there's high risk, but this is something that is a bit missing, at least from what I've understood today. And is this in the pipeline? Because I think this would be really, really valuable, but also valuable information to bring to public employment services, to career transition organizations, and not just to the companies themselves. So that me as an individual, I kind of also know what is out there for me. Of course you need support. And that might go a bit of way to, and that includes for me also visibility on salary ranges, working conditions, because then that also feeds into the attraction of different profiles to the industry. Sorry, a big, huge question around the career pathway, but I'm just wondering if that's in the pipeline.
Yes, definitely. This is a very important question. But as I mentioned, what we've done is just a building block. We're starting. And later you will understand that what other colleagues in the project have done to build on this work. So the second step was building the curriculum based on the skills and occupational profile requirements. All of this is available and has been publicly published, where other actors in the ecosystem were only one actor, and we're building this openly for the for all the actors in the ecosystem to build on this. So a policy responsible in a certain country can take this and build on the local development of training strategy, and could communicate this to training institutions in a certain country. When it comes to the audience, we're communicating all of this publicly on the website, on events, on different venues. So those enthusiasts in the hydrogen can grasp from this information, as we mentioned in the slide, of what profiles are currently required, and could identify where he could fit within the requirement of the large industry. But definitely there is a lot of work that has to be done by other actors across the whole value chain. We're speaking on a large country, a large ecosystem, and everyone has to do his work building on this.
Yeah, I'm afraid we can only take one more question. And then we will see if we can find the way to catch up. Yeah, sorry? The answer to you.
Yes.
Yes, actually there is one question for our online follower, from our online followers. That was the same.
Okay.
So thank you for this. And we have another question.
So my name is Lord Sander Wilkins. I'm the coordinator of the European Hydrogen Academy and a couple of other projects in education. A couple of things here. I find it very difficult to apply what you've presented here. On one hand, it summarizes very well what we've been doing in the Skills Working Group of Hydrogen Europe and Hydrogen Europe Research. But on the other hand, it says here VET. When I started the European Hydrogen Academy, I was told in not very uncertain ways, this is formal education and Green Skills for Hydrogen is taking care of VET. What you've been talking about is a lot of university education. So unsurprisingly, I teach chemical engineering. Chemical engineering pops up. But that is university education, it's not VET. And there is a bachelor, there's minimum one bachelor program that started last year, so there is several there. You might want to update your information. But the main thing is that, similar to the question that was just asked, we have been asking people working in the sector what
So when we did the interview campaign, we did interview the actual responsible for hydrogen applications in each industry. So we did not interview only top management, but most importantly and largely project managers, technical engineers that are responsible for the hydrogen process, hydrogen applications, who feel the pain, who have hands-on experience and understand what are the technical requirements. So even human resources do not understand the technicalities of hydrogen requirement. So I would say that what we have collected is really representative of the industry demand and the requirements on a technical level. Maybe the missing part would be the feedback from those who work or join the hydrogen education, the hydrogen industry. We did not have this rubric in the project, but this might be or should be an important part of future projects that should integrate the feedback of those who are working in the industry to understand their journey and what's missing and what should be done in a better way. When I mentioned the academic programs, it's only one part. We need a lot of technicians, much more than engineers. So this is an important part. We only mentioned academic programs because these are the established, the existing programs, but definitely we need a lot of vocational training programs, and we need recognition again and again and again. This is important. We need to identify who is the organization that will take this responsibility. Thanks to all of you. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you for such a comprehensive picture and clear presentation, Hamed. Now we are going to welcome Massimo Santarelli from Politecnico di Torino. Professor Santarelli is leading academic in electromechanical and thermochemical systems applied to energy, hydrogen, and storage. With an extensive publication and research record, he will present the Hydrogen Corvette curriculum. Welcome, Professor Massimo. Thank you.
So thank you for inviting me, and yeah, thank you. If you want. It's late, but so, it works in this way. Yeah. Yeah, Ahmed said already many things that I was supposed to say, but I will not repeat this moment. We have luck in time. Yeah, I teach also, like Robert, I teach in School of Engineering. Basically, I have some students here, past students, that are working, so apparently it works. I teach the domain of hydrogen and the hydrogen derivatives. I had only an element in terms of the academia that has been said before about the master level, because we won a project 4 years ago in Erasmus dedicated to hydrogen. So I am now coordinating an Erasmus, which is vertical on hydrogen, at the master level, Master of Science, which is it's a good combination because we are 5 universities, working very well. 5 universities, which are classical in Erasmus, but we have also 5 big companies in the consortium, which are also here in the room. Snam in Italy, Repsol in Spain, Shell in the Netherlands, Sintef in Norway, and another company still in Norway, SafeTech. And this combination is really working very well for having continuous feedback from the companies day by day, basically, in terms of the need. Okay, but this is a level of Master of Science. And I can say that the student, after the Master, most of them go to a PhD level. They decide mostly to go more in vertical. And then the step to the company becomes after the PhD. This is what we are observing. So going to the curriculum, I repeat something that has been already said. Most of the job has been to define the target group, and we will see, has been already described, but we will see again the target group, Then we have, according to this target group, we have trying to define the curriculum in terms of courses that has to be associated to the target group. Basically, 3 main target groups we will see now. We have then checked what is already available, not to replicate, so in Hydrogen Observatory, essentially, and also past projects, like Robert was coordinating TCHI in 2017. I was also in the partnership, so some material was already available before our activity. And then, after we have identified the gaps, with what was already existing, we have generated the curriculum. So this is the process that we have done. The key word is modularity. So we have tried to be more flexible as possible, as more flexible as possible. The more you go in granularity level, the higher flexibility you have in terms of generation of a curriculum. So we have tried to go really at the level of a modulus, submodulus, and learning units inside the submodulus we see now, in order to increase the flexibility. So the same module can be offered maybe in different contexts in terms of education. It can be adapted to the curriculum. You can generate a curriculum basically for a specific profile, picking the element from the modularity, and also can be very adapted to local needs. I don't know, local needs maybe in France industry can be quite different compared to the local needs in Spain industry. So this also is an advantage to work in modulus. And this has been the philosophy that we have considered. So basically, after the check with the ecosystem, so basically the companies, so the competencies that have been individuated mostly are of two levels. Have been already commented, but basically some horizontal, so cross-cutting, which are related to, you can see safety of the agents and value chain, basically of the components. Permitting, so legal aspect, and some at the global level, how they fit with the renewable sector. Of course, green hydrogen, make a reference to the renewable. These are horizontal. The other group is more vertical, so it's technical on terms of production, so electrolysis and other, mostly electrolysis at the moment, but other way are available. Thermocatalytic and photocatalytic, of course, we can develop for the future, but not now. And use in mobility, especially, and in I can say mostly in the industry. So all this is coming to a core curriculum that we see now is composed of 10 modules. The 10 modules then are divided in submodule, and each submodule is divided into learning units. Every learning unit has a learning outcome, individual ILO learning outcome. In terms of the learning outcome is, in terms of accounting quantity, is connected to basically 2-3 hours of guided lecture, plus with a ratio 1 and 2/1, let's say. So 2-3 hours of guided lecture, 6 hours of self-learning. So this is the organization that we have considered. Now we will see, to have a complete year in a VET, 60 units are needed. That sum up a complete year, which is around, you can see, between 1,600 hours and 1,700 hours. So it's a complete year. You will see that we have generated modules that are shorter. So we have, in terms of units, we have generated a sort of ECTS, which is a ECVET. We have named ECVET, which is in terms of quantity is equivalent to the ECTS. So 25 to 30 hours in total, guided and in self-learning, with a ratio, as I said, 2/1. one guided and two self-learning. Okay, in this, we go to the point. This has been already in some way described. According to the survey that has been done some years ago, the three typologies that have been considered more required are basically these three type of profile. The profile is, the first one is not technical hydrogen workers, which are managers, which are sellers, let's say, of the technology, this type of situation, which is not probably, most of them are not, depends, are not engineer, and so are not technical in terms of even a role. Then I make a comment. The second is really engineers, professionals, so engineers or people from chemistry and physics that are developing technology, and making the design. The third is technical, so technical in the sense upskilling or reskilling of competencies that are related to maintenance and operation in the field. So these are the three that have came out more important. Then also, of course, this is VET, so it is a reskilling, it's not a Master of Science. A comment, probably, for what we see, and also for what I see, is not that we have not enough engineers. The engineers and people from chemistry we have. Basically, we are also in some way already prepared in many of the big top universities. We have already a curriculum on this type of dimension in technology. Probably the most problematic is the first one. Probably the people that are managing this type of project are not able enough to define a value chain which is of interest. So I think that what is missing mostly, for what I see, is not especially the engineers, but the other two figures. So the figure which are in the management and the figure which are in the maintenance when the system is already installed and is working. But it's my feeling. So the curriculum is this. We have 10 modules. I don't remember, but I wrote it here, so just as but you can read by yourself. Then, anyway, we have, because also I have used hydrogen basics, so, also there, but I don't see anymore in the past, yes, but I see here. Hydrogen basics, then we will see how it has been organized in the three curriculum. Application, technologies, something which is related, vertical in electrochemical system, mobility, big topic, something about combustion and detection. Now there is a big interest to use to burn hydrogen again. It was a taboo some years ago, now not anymore. And safety, of course, and then go to the economic sector, economics, social impact, and initiative and regulation, so what's happening around in the domain of hydrogen. We have these 10 modules are then divided in sub-modules, as I said, to go to granulometry. For example, there is an example here in the hydrogen application. There are 3 sub-modules, which is industrial use of hydrogen, hydrogen for the mobility, so 3 chapters, big chapter. Industrial use, hydrogen for the mobility sector, and then power to hydrogen for storage and for sector coupling. Inside there are learning units. Okay, this is the organization. All these 10 are split in sub-modules and even more learning units. The material is available. All this is not just a title. There are big amount of material available. Then these are the three curricula that we have generated. The first is for manager, let's say. So we have generated a structure of basically it's a 5 module. You can read it: hydrogen basics, application, technologies, economics, and what happens, regulation. So this is for manager basically, and with a total of it's written between 30 and 50 hours. So 4 to 6, sorry, ECVET. So it's not 1 year, it's a modulus of that takes 60 hours in total. The second, which is the most technical profile, it is split in 9 modulus. We don't read, you can see in the web, we don't have any time to read everything. But anyway, even in this case, it is a quantity of learning which is between 8 and 12 ECVET, which you can count around between 60 and 90 hours. And finally, the last, which is the more technical. The last one is for maintenance, which is again a sort of in between, is a little more than compared to the manager, and it is related to 5 modules with a total of hours between 40 and 60 hours of education, 5 to 8 ECTS. So these are the 3 modules that have been already developed, all is available. Now we see something more, and have been already tested, used. I have personally tested with companies, so I have an experience on this, which has been positive in many cases. But in terms of lack of what we have found in terms of availability of material, because we don't start from scratch, but we found some, so we did an analysis of which are the topic in terms of, so divided in topics, which is already available in terms of educational material, and in which form. So you see a slide, of course, dominate, mock, e-laboratories. I have in my lab one test bench for a ceramic cell that is available for testing remotely. So students can make a test in my laboratory in Torino, wherever they are. A real test, of course, we are not around the machine, but they can guide the experiment totally. We check we have some constraint not to generate a disaster because we work in temperature. So, but apart from the constraint which are already implemented, the rest is done by the operator. So e-laboratory is already used. So in this overview, we have found some lack, especially which are in some way surprising in hydrogen mobility, in hydrogen application, so lack of learning material, and more expected was in the domain of economy and social impacts and regulation. So this was expected, I say, this part in the right. The application and the mobility was a little surprise. So we have complemented this in Green Skill for Hydrogen. In terms of, so you can see, we can see now better. I don't repeat because we have already said, and then. So this is, for example, an example of what we do for the manager. So there are, of course, basically lecture, but it's important that this lecture can be, I don't know, 100 slides for hydrogen basics, to give you an idea. But every slide is with a teaching guide. So what it means, a teacher in wherever, I don't know, in Romania, I don't know, that is interested to use. There is a teaching guide for every slide. There is a discussion of what we want to, to communicate, the content, what is behind the slide. It has been a big work, I can say. So for every slide to have a teaching guide. And then there are some practical activities, so calculation activities that are, some of them are listed in the slide. So some calculation, here mostly at the level of, for a manager, the value chain. But for example, if you go to something more technical, here is really technical. So the one in terms of engineers. So you can see there is something about impedance. Yeah, there is a Nyquist, but this the classical equivalent circuit and the Nyquist plot. And, but this is explained, so it's totally not for manager. It is to make innovation also, in some case, to understand the degradation and so on. So these go to a level which is really technical. And the material is already organized with not only lecture, but also videos. There are videos available, and exercise. So activity, in this case, not only scenario, but also exercise to reproduce a ES spectrum using the equivalent circuit and to calculate the resistor, the capacity, and so the classical impedance. IV curve at different level of temperature, something which is already at the level of understanding really how the technology works. And then for the, this for maintenance, here we have pointed a lot on safety aspect and hazard calculation and this type of aspect which are related to area implementation in the field. There are basically big amount of exercise in this third curriculum. The classical classification of the risk, disaster and no risk, 10 minus 9, we know. This is a green skill in terms of material available to be used. Then there is another part that is the end of my presentation, just to complement, which is related to other type of offer that we have developed, online training, because in the other case the material can be used directly with courses that we give in presence. This is something which is organized online. We'll see some example. Then the hydrogen game that Pernille will describe very well later, and some example of the training that we have done in Europe so far. So in terms of online training, there is a course which is even in this case quite technical. You see the topic which are related to electrochemical processes, which is available online. Key concept use of using green technology. You see, it's quite technical. It's for people that make real engineers, so in the sense engineering. The video, so there are, you see many of them. There is Anke Hagen from DTU, very famous and expert on ceramics, especially temperature. So you see, again, in this series of video, there are good level of knowledge for somebody that want to learn. And then there is also an interesting aspect, even more technical. You see tape casting, I mean, to produce a tape, double layer, let's say, with porosity or not. So it's really technical, the level of production of a cell in ceramics, for example. And how to test a cell in a rig, what we do in the lab, and how to assemble a stack. So with all the sealing, the fittings, and so on. So it's really going deep. It's not just totally different compared to scenario. These are videos which are available. And finally, there is Pernille that will describe the hydrogen game, which is more, you will tell much better than me about how hydrogen can be inside the global energy domain. And finally, some aspect about some experience that we have already done. Then I tell you my experience. This is Jordi that will talk later about the experience of using this I think in Netherlands. There is an experience in Denmark. I have done an experience in Italy, just finished with Adecco. I think that it has been a success apparently for what, so with companies, course offered with companies. Which course we offered the two level, the manager and the engineers. So level 1 and level 2. So figure 1 and figure 2. More than 200 participants, so good number. The target was this. The feedback, I think, I don't know, but you know better than me, but the feedback has been positive. Like somebody knows. I heard that the feedback were positive, basically, but you can comment maybe. And also has been a very good initiative in Bulgaria, where the colleagues in Bulgaria that has been done by Daria Vladikova with using this type of material. So to say, we have already, if I go back, easier. So you see, Bulgaria, Denmark, France, Greece, the Netherlands, Italy, we can add now, a big experience in Italy. And the effect has been, from what I see, I have seen, been positive. I personally did, apart of the one with Adecco, used the curriculum for a company which is called the Dumarey. Maybe somebody knows. It's in the car makers. Before was a General Motor in Torino. We are around 250 engineers that has been totally reskilled thanks to this, and now we are really making new business in the domain of hydrogen. We are generating drones for long-term with hydrogen, I mean, in place of battery for long-term and bigger size transport locally for hospital, for example. Drones can also be positive, in this case for hospitals. So the experience, my personal experience has been, of using the material has been positive. Then I know Robert is not totally, doesn't agree totally, but we of course can be rechecked. But at the moment, the experience has been with this company quite positive. I don't know, in Bulgaria, you have, Balgoy, the experience in Bulgaria has been satisfying in your view? The experience of using the material in Bulgaria has been positive? Are you okay. Yeah, because one of the first training was done in Bulgaria in terms of testing. Well, that's all. At the end, this is the end of my presentation, and thank you. Yeah.
Well, there is a short time for questions and answers, and then we move for our lunch break. Thank you, Professor Massimo. Does anybody have a question? Yes,
we are angry.
Hello, I've worked a lot in the hydrogen hubs in Groningen, where we also have the Heaven project, and one of the main focuses we had was the social acceptance. And I kind of feel like the social acceptance is not the main topics, or at least not a very big topic in the courses that you've developed. Is there a reason why not?
It's probably centered in the domain of manager, the first one, the first group. Yeah, I think it's mostly for this type of profile to be able to communicate the interest and also the capability to work with hydrogen as we do with natural gas, as we do with other gases. Yeah, in this case, it's really probably also the third group, which is maintenance, that to go to directly to the end user. Probably for the engineers is less relevant, but for the first group and third group, yeah. In fact, we have implemented. Yeah, more than social acceptance is economic acceptance. the problem now, but yeah.
Any other question? Thank you. Elena, here.
Thank you. I'm from the Adecco group, but not part of the team that's part of the project. So, just a question on your perspectives on standardization, but not in the formal kind of standardization way. I understood the training. There's no training that's standardized, let's say, in general. So, with these materials and these training, let's say, programs or curriculum that are developed and that are publicly available, so that any training actor could take on it.
Exactly.
Objective, right?
Yeah.
How do you see some form of, let's say, of standardization with the hyphen being safeguarded, even if there is the learning objectives and the curriculums are well described? What is your perspective on that? Because knowing that, standardization, certification in any country takes ages, that there's also different approaches towards industrial certification or recognition. What would be your, let's say, medium to long-term recommendation to safeguard that?
Yeah, to have a standardization in a country of the offer.
Yes, for example, like you highlighted in France, but there's other actors in France that could be doing that. So they vary. Basically, it's also who is not responsible, but who has ownership to safeguard the materials, their update, and also their use in a way that is some way standardized.
Yeah.
There's no standard certification in the ecosystem yet.
Yeah, I see your point. And I don't know, so personally, I'm a scientist teaching university. So these are a level of bet. I don't know, maybe if you have an idea, Patricia, but so to standardize to arrive to the level of, in a country, for example, to use the same, these are steps that I personally don't know. We have standardized at a level of master, is where I work. So education, higher degree educational, master and PhD, these I know. And these are level of generating a curriculum, making acceptance by the ministry. In that, I don't have experience on that personally. If somebody know, maybe Luigi.
Yeah, I think this is a very important point. Very important even to move forward project-based educational training to standardize. Education and training process can be standardized, but it's quite a work to be done with the Senelec, for example, or ISO, depending on which level. Because without the standard, it will be even difficult to develop a program at a national level. Because if the standard is created, that will be the basis of a reference to have even common education programs, for example, in Europe, agreed by the different member states. I think the first step could be to take contact with the task on regulation code and standards. This task is created inside the joint undertaking, the Clean Energy Partnership, and this is a joint table together with the European Commission, together with other bodies, where to identify priority for new standards and actions to enable the creation of a new standard.
Yes, you know me. There could be an irritation. The question to ask is here two questions, or could lead to two interpretations. To learn about standardization of the technology. This was meanwhile iterated by Luigi, or to standardize learning, that means education, and that's totally different. And potentially you are a friend of that, I'm not, but however, that was more or less an answer of Massimo. Okay. Who was the next?
Bill Maas with DCTR. What we did in the Netherlands, we have a curriculum described that takes some time, about 2 years, that our minister signed off that at least this should be in the course. So then that's defined. But we also have in Holland, and okay, at least you have to know what you have to teach. Teachers are different, also the way they do it. But what you could do is independent explanations, like you would also ask something like that. Every company can, a lot of companies can give this kind of training. There's only 2 companies who can give the sign. So they say, okay, this should be in this program. Teachers of education do it in the way they want to do it. And then this body somewhere, like DECRA, something, or will take it. It will be at least not something for standardization organization. There was 5 involved in this. They go about 10 standards. They don't go about education. Also, I think the education institutes will say, okay, this is the industry is needed. Also, I think this platform should do it. And then could be an independent body, European or national, who say, okay, you are a technician at this level, then you have to pass this examination.
So,
thank you.
Do you think we're ready for a lunch break?
I am ready, but yeah, I think everybody.
Yeah. So we're going to start the second part of this event, and we will have 3 presentations, shorter presentations, I think, and one panel of sister projects, because as we were saying this morning, this is not the only project on skills development, and we need to find synergies to continue working together at developing the skills needed in the hydrogen industry and economy. So now we want to welcome Jordi Moreno from NHL Stenden. He is a principal scientist and EU project manager at the Center of Expertise Water Technology with expertise in electromechanical, engineering, and sustainable technologies for the energy transition. And he will present the Green Skills for Hydrogen Vocational Education Training Program and all the trainings we run across this almost 4 years of project. Thank you, Jordi, and welcome.
Yes. Hello. That is a little bit loud. Let's see if I can have my slide. The first one to start. Trying. It's coming. Since it's after lunch and it's warm, I'm going to keep it a little bit dynamic for you. So maybe some people in the audience will also participate because this is a result that this is a joint result that we did a lot of partners. So maybe we can also ask them a little bit about the feedback of the participants. Let me see if I see my presentation. It's coming. It looks that it's not working. While we wait. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jordi Moreno. As Patricia already said, I work in the north of the Netherlands in a city called Leeuwarden. And we joined this project because actually we wanted to implement it in our region. And that was a little bit, we have a new center, Greenwise Campus, and we needed courses. And we needed to, now it goes super fast. Yeah. Don't close your eyes. Yes, here. So that was our interest. Start with the courses there in order to activate the region. And in this project, we had several objectives. The first one was to create and deliver a reactive BIT training. What does it mean, reactive? You need to imagine that the project started after the pandemic, and also the economy was a little bit slowing down. So we identified 4 regions in the consortium that they needed a rapid reactivation, but also are regions in transition. What does it mean that? An example of in the north of the Netherlands, we have an industry that is based on gas, and these fields are being closed because they create a lot of earthquakes. So a lot of people that has been working for years there, they need to be transitioned to another industry. And we use the money of this project to transition and to upskill them into the green transition. So that is what is an reactivate the energy transition region. But in this project we have 4. And that actually it comes later. That it was the first reactive trainings we did, and they were quite popular. Later on, we did a more extensive pilot training. And then here we develop it in 10 different countries within the project, but also each training has multiple trainings. So we will see that we have also great results. And at the end, of course, this is public money. So we need to share with everyone. So we are going to create a platform. It's our website where we have all the materials and all the trainings that Massimo explained before that will be available to everyone. And the idea is that we implement this to everyone in Europe so they can use it as a basic for hydrogen training. Going a little bit to the project, we need to deliver 4 trainings, 10 pilot trainings, and the package. So easy. So we have 4 years to do it. And we did it. We did it actually pretty successful. Today is very easy to present this because normally in a project you have good things and bad things. I think this project and the pilot trainings only had good things. The KPIs were really rich and the participation was really above expectations, so that makes everything way easier. For example, we start here with the pilot trainings in Greece, the urgent trainings, and they created the first one that is called the masterclass in one-day hydrogen, and they already had 70 participants. And I think that in the proposal we were expecting 30, 25. So it was 3 times above, like, okay. So that creates a lot of a good response from the audience. So we say, okay, then I think that they decided to make a summer school, and it was very, very successful summer school with 80 participants. Also, you could see that there was a lot of undergraduate, also PhD level. So it's a little bit of a mixed audience. And later on, they also make the engineering of our future, developing hydrogen skills. So the idea was also to connect a little bit more industry and also technicians using one of the partners in the area, Advent, and they had also 30 participants. In Bulgaria, similar results. What we saw is that all over Europe, the participation it was above expectations. So that was really good. They did 2 trainings on hydrogen economy and the fuel cell electric vehicles. And here you see the participants coming from different associations, industry, public government, students, even trade unions. So it's interesting. So you could see that people was interested. In the Netherlands, same story. As I said before, we wanted to activate the network of participants there. And yes, we were focusing more in public government. So to have these people from the institutions to know what is hydrogen, what could do for the economy, what could do for the region, everything. And there were really, really good response from the field. And in Germany they make 2 times the hydrogen safety, half a day, and also a master class of hydrogen technology. So you could see here that the courses are quite basic, just to let the people know what is hydrogen, to demystify a little bit the problems of security, but also to look a little bit forward and to the future, like, okay, which opportunities could bring to these regions. Oh, another one. Yeah, remember, this is in Spa with the cars, and actually this was not planned, but we also went there in the circuit, and they did some they did some talks. And we have some participants, but also quite a lot of attraction by the press, and also it was quite interesting, the feedback on it. So what we have here is like, so far we have 4 countries, that is the energy transition areas, with 10 trainings more or less, but 400 participants. Interesting numbers. Success, yeah, we what I say, yeah, the KPIs, the implementation was easy, but also that helped us a lot to think how could be the next one, and how these pilot trainings should look in the future, or in the second phase. And it's more about also the use of the language. And a lot of times, if you want to really reach your audience, maybe you need to speak the local language. The slides could be also in the local language, but also in English. That also helps a lot the people to feel comfortable and to go to the course, because they know that it will not be difficult words in another language or whatever, and they can also ask the questions. So that was also something that during the project we saw. It's very interesting to do these trainings in the local language. So then we start with the trainings, and this is a little bit way more complex, more people involved. And this program ran it almost during 3 years. It still is on running. Before the end of the project, we should finish. But also, we did a lot of work. And I could already start saying a little bit in the Netherlands ourselves. We did a masterclass in hydrogen in industry. We were really targeting the industry in the area. And we have 30 participants. I mean, it's not really super industrialized. Not everyone wants hydrogen there. But at least we believe that we could attract a decent amount of participants. And the same for the safety. The safety is also still an issue. And we organized together with other associations one training. And we also have a relatively high impact on the participants. Now, something is a little bit different. It's the BIT programs. And here is a program that was developed using the materials developed in this project. And they were looking at technical vocational education students in the city of Emmen. And I think that this was a new thing developed within the institution. And I think I have Michel here. So maybe, Michel, you can tell us a little bit what was the first impressions of the students?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, there were 15 participants, all students of our school, but we tried to get also other participants from the surroundings, from the companies, from even from abroad, but the language was really a problem. At first we wanted to do it in English. For our students, not really a problem. They can teach the English. That's not really a problem. But from the workers, it was. When we said it was in English, they all cancelled. So that's why only students participated in this training. It was very good, especially because it had an official certificate. Willem told us about the Dutch government who assigned some certificates, and you can see that they were really happy with it because they know it's in all over the country. It's got it has a value. Everybody in Holland knows that if you got this certificate from hydrogen, then they can do this, this, and this. So we were really happy with it. The materials that were available by this program, they are just great. There are a lot of materials, presentations, videos, all sort of things that the teachers could use. They change some things so they can use it themselves. They make it personal, but the materials were really great for our start.
Okay, I think it's better that somebody that did the training give you also the feedback. It's very difficult to put it in one slide, but I'm going to pick up on that the trainers, they need to make the materials themselves, because otherwise they are not really comfortable to give the class. One more, Romania. And here in Romania it was quite interesting because it's not one training, it's 9 trainings during a period of 2 years. So it's quite complex. It's not a task that I think we can ask Elena how it went. Could you give us a few sense of what happened there?
Okay, so in the case of Romania, because I'm representing a research institute, the things were very difficult, let's say, in the beginning. We have a lab infrastructure, so in the beginning we said that we will be based on the hands-on trainings. So 4 of these are hands-on trainings, and just 4 were theoretical online trainings. I can say that for the hands-on training were the most popular, but the big problem was the attending of the training, because our institute is far away from universities, or for other, we don't have industry for the hydrogen, so this is a big problem in Romania. So the problem was to get the training, so probably in the same time we need a national or I don't know, other coverage for the expenses. We need budget for mobility, which is very important. And for the online trainings, we find out something different. We had participants from other countries and all the slides were in English, but the language spoken was Romanian. So we did not experience problems, and we have been asking the participants if they understand something, and based on the translation or other AI application, they said that for they are okay. So we also had participants from other countries, and they enjoyed the trainings.
Thank you very much for this feedback. I think it's quite interesting to see that actually when we organize a training in one country, also the countries around also connect a little bit, and the online factor is quite interesting. I think later on the colleagues from Italia, they also did some kind of trainings, and it was quite interesting. Ireland, yes, this one is very interesting as well. Why? Because it's ongoing. So where I have Donald, yes, here in the back. This training is ongoing now, so you are here, and that means that somebody else is doing the job. So could you tell us what is going on there?
Thanks, Jordi. So in the case of Ireland, I suppose the hydrogen sector could be described as emerging, or certainly not as advanced as other European countries. So we worked with our business network to establish the skills needs of the sector locally, and went through the curriculum that was described earlier. And the Introduction to Hydrogen course came out as something that was really popular, so that was what we prioritized. It's ongoing at the moment. As we said, we're running across each Monday in March. And the best thing so far, I think, would be we've collaborated with Gas Networks Ireland, which is the national body in Ireland with responsibility for accelerating the accelerating the transition from natural gases to renewable gases like hydrogen. And as part of the training, then they're bringing all the participants in to visit their site twice over the course of the project. So that's something that the participants have really enjoyed so far.
This is really warm here. I don't know, are you really alive here? Hopefully later on you have a beer, but it's, wow, oh my God. Okay, we go next one. Bulgaria, where is Evelina? I think I saw her here. Please. Wait, this one I will say something before, because I really like it, these ones, because I saw it was a combination of theoretical, but also, I think if I click again, a little bit of practical. And you also did 4 in the period of 1 year. Please tell us something.
Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to say that the participation of Bulgaria in this project was a great opportunity for the country, because in Bulgaria, this industry is even not emerging. So we have to teach not only students, PhD students, technicians, engineers, but we had to persuade the authorities how important this is. So we did 5 trainings in 3 different locations in the country, and the audience was diversified because it was on a comparatively basic level, and one of the aim was exactly to persuade that this is the future. And also we were lucky that this project coincided with another project which gave us opportunity to build up the infrastructure. We have one field laboratory where we have production of hydrogen through electrolysis in big scale, and hydrogen filling station. And what we saw is when we go with the trainees to the lab and we show on site what is going on and how all works, the interest is much bigger, and then the reflection is higher. So next course we had much more participants, and that's very important. So thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, but also this morning it was mentioned that the women, it was not really involved in hydrogen, but actually you have been nominated for the first time in history as it was the president of the Academy of Science in Bulgaria. So I got the feeling that if we have, I think maybe we don't have a lot, but we have the best ones.
Well, that was, how to say, also unexpected, not my purpose in the life, but sometimes one had to take some duties. And of course, it's a great responsibility. And in Bulgaria, not only in Academy of Sciences, but in the field of hydrogen, there are women who are really tough and will do their best.
And I think we need them. Poland, I think that there is no one here from Poland, but this one I will explain myself, because it's different from all the other ones. The target is completely different. They are targeting at the primary school students, and during, it was one conference there in Gdańsk, and there were a lot of companies, and they were organizing one visit of young students to the conference, or to the trade fair, and they explained them the colors of hydrogen. And I think that this is something that later on with Pernille, we will discuss with the hydrogen game. It's very interesting that also, if you want to have this reactivation or reskilling or bringing people and young talent towards energy transition future, or with all these kind of new energy vectors in their mind, we start from the very beginning. So I will also like to say that this is a special 27 participants. Maybe they don't remember anymore about hydrogen, or maybe yes, or they believe it's a gas that is pink color, I don't know. But I got the feeling that they did it very well, and this was completely different from the other ones. Greece, whoa, yeah. Here, where it is, Athanasia, I lost you, yes. Yeah, of course, another woman, and a strong one. I see here 2 summer schools, 2 extra ones, because you already did one. And also, it's not that 1 day or 2 days or half a day. It's a 5-day program with 24 speakers. How did you do it?
Yes, hi everyone, thank you Jordi. Yes, as you said, we had the first summer school, it was really successful, many participants, and we saw the feedback that we received from the different evaluation forms that we distributed after the summer school, and it was really positive, and the participants highlighted that they also wanted a more industry-oriented aspect, more involved with companies, hydrogen and energy-related companies in the region and in Greece. So we took the decision as Clube to make it an annual event, if possible, and we hosted it 2 more times in July. And maybe, Nikos, you want to say some words about the third, the last edition that we had for the summer?
Hello, also from my part. Here in the last, let's say, because the 4th one is coming also, we had the support from our Bulgarian colleagues. So they brought the Nexo, and we also brought some more industries on the table together with Advent and together with other local companies like Hellenic Hydrogen, like Motorola and the Hydrogen Valley of Triiris. We did some real cases there. And we also did some study visits. We go to the Agistron hydrogen power-to-power energy park. So what we were asked from the first hydrogen summer school, we evolved it in the second and the third one. And this is coming to a reality. So this, through a new project, the 4th hydrogen summer school is coming to the end of June, early July. So this is a great outcome of Green Skills for Hydrogen project.
And anyone can register if they want to go to Kozani and to know the region. France, also in France we had a training, and I think this one it was promoted by the region, by the province, so actually from the government. Is the first one that is, I think, well, the second one that is really promoted by the government, and you organize 4 trainings. Is one with, wait. Oh yeah, one that is 4 chapters, so it's like a series.
Yes, in fact, first I have to apologize because we are French people, and let's get rid of the language question you all have. As you may know, we all speak perfectly English in France. I see you all laugh, you're not a polite crowd, but in fact, we started this experimentation. I did not participate this one, which was the curriculum 1, and there's curriculum 2 also. I did the curriculum 3. Which is dedicated to technicians and for maintenance technicians, in fact. The difficulty for us, of course, that no one speaks English in this kind of public, or very little. And so we did it in French. And also, as we are a public organization, we are used to hydrogen projects, because we are part of a Ministry of Work in France project for hydrogen skills. So as it's a long-term program, it lasts 1 year almost, I had to develop here short programs, and that was really interesting. And that's part of some very exciting experience I had, and I think I will improve the program number 3 to make it a short program, maybe a little longer than what I did for the program number 3 with Green Skills. But if I had to improve it, I always have to improve things, I would make it a little longer. But the resources that were given, and also combined with our resources, could help us build this short program. And we mainly focused on security. We gave them the ATEX 0 certification because we wanted them to have a paper in the end of this experiment. And also the people who were in this program were technicians that they were not young technicians out of school. They were people who already worked in the industry and who wanted to take the turn in the hydrogen field ecosystem. So I'm very grateful that the region Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes did choose us for this particular program. And the deal was to make 2 sessions with 10 technicians for this. And we've just finished the last one, including the visit of an HRS station. And that was interesting. And just for the fact, we had to produce our ATEX documents so we could go a little further with the ATEX system, with the HRS system, because they wanted to be sure that there would be no danger for us to go straight to the compressors and so on. So it was very interesting experience, and I hope we will develop it with the short trainings like this. It was perfect for us. So.
Thank you very much for this extensive feedback with no accent at all, so we could understand you. I'm sorry. So terrible. Italy, here. Oh, I have Manuel. Manuel, you also prepared not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4 in 1, but 9. How did you do it?
Well, we are a web provider, so we have a network in industries. And we managed to gain interest through our contacts and our sales network. We also contacted the Hydrogen Association in Italy, which tells us, why didn't you bring into the project ourselves in the beginning? And we responded that we didn't even know that they existed at the time. So, but they helped us in spreading the news. So at the end, we managed to gather a lot of interest between small and medium enterprises and also large enterprises. Also national organization. For example, we delivered a training specifically for the Italian Renewable Energy Organization, which is Enea. And at the end of the day, we had to proper build the training models out from the curricula that the partnership provided us. And it was really easy for us because the good work that you have performed in several work packages before and the modularity of the curricula helped us in build the proper training for each industry that asked us.
And it was also the trainings, did you play with the physical trainings and online trainings?
Yes, we also built some on-site classroom for some specific customer that asked us. So we delivered hybrid trainings for them, both in remote trainings and in on-site training for them. It was really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we move to Germany. Here I need to talk to Olaf, because Olaf, you did yourself all these trainings, or also with your colleagues?
No, I did it all myself. I think this is, normal at university side. So we have to distinguish between 4 times training at the university, means master courses, and 4 on the University of Applied Science. Also there's master courses, so that we are focusing on the master courses. In concerns of the language, I can answer to the French people. We have exactly the way around, the problem the way around. That means we are at university side doing, and more or less forced to do it in German. But because having 1/3 of students at university side coming from there, not from Germany, there exists really then the different problem to have it on the nature language. But you have to provide all the teaching materials, different languages, that means in German as well as in English. And at least we tried to stick really on the slides we developed to get more or less a bit of sensibility. Does it fit or not in concerns of our already done trainings or lectures? And yes, of course, they are different, but they more or less fit, and it's up to each person to do it in a different way, to have included details or not details anymore or whatever. And yes, and of course we have also the opportunity to bring our students to a big lab. That means dealing only with safety research and issues. In all concerns we can test, for example, automotives, but also completely electrolyzer systems and whatever. And the feedback from the students are very different and could be really selected in where are the students coming from. So, to be honest, the German students, they were not so amused about some things, specifically if we're going to go to the theory, which you need a lot of knowledge about mathematics, thermodynamics, and so on. And the others, and also we are teaching in Buenos Aires, in Argentina, they are completely different, that they like it, like sports, yes. And so from our side, we had 100 students at university side, 100 students at all on the University of Applied Science, so we are happy about, yeah.
Nice results. And I think that we have one more, is the last one, and actually I have to say that this one actually entered into the project halfway. So when most of the pilot trainings were already done, DBI also entered into action, and they so far provided 3. We have GISM here, then maybe you can tell us something, because I saw that one of the 3 had a lot of participants. That was the first one. Could you tell us why?
Yes, hi everyone. So Advanced Hydrogen Safety course was very popular, and towards the end that we actually had waiting lists that people were waiting if someone cancels, and we actually accepted more than our maximum capacity that I had to change meeting rooms. And it was popular because it was the most technical one, and we had 2 of the courses in English, Advanced Hydrogen Safety and Introduction to Hydrogen Safety. And Power to X Safety course was in Danish, and that was the least popular one. That's, opposite of other countries. Our English courses were very popular. And we welcomed participants from 10 different countries. So they traveled to Denmark to participate in these courses. And they really like demonstrations. On the screen you can see that we are very happy that we are burning some hydrogen and propane in the background, and so we were showing the differences between how hydrogen and propane burns differently, and we also showed some micro explosions and how hydrogen flame is looking inside and outside. So and also in Advanced Hydrogen Safety, there was some measurements that participants could see the explosions. I'm a psychologist, so I'm not a hydrogen expert, so I don't think I'm the best person to explain this, but there was some cameras measuring some flames and those things, so participants could also see how hydrogen flame behave in explosions and those things. And we also had some thermal cameras that they could see the almost invisible hydrogen flame. And yes, that was all.
It's good that psychology is there, because if someone is traumatized for an explosion of hydrogen, then you can help them as well, eh?
Yes, there was some post-course therapy session. No, I'm joking. There was also actually a question about social acceptance. We also had public perception and social acceptance in part of our courses. So we mentioned how public perception can affect hydrogen projects and how we should communicate it. Yes, that's all.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me this, because actually social acceptance is something that is very interesting, especially on the 4 regions that we show at the beginning. For example, in the case of the Netherlands, we are talking about industry that is creating earthquakes, so the homes are shaking. So rapidly, when you give an alternative that has no CO2 and it doesn't give you earthquakes, in principle, people rapidly accept it as an alternative, and they are really willing to accelerate that technology, but also adopt the technology. So when you want to make when you want to make a project about implementing hydrogen into the neighborhood, people is quite receptive. So it's also important that you put this inside the courses. I don't know if we had it in our in material courses, social acceptance about new technologies, but it's also what it helps more to accelerate the technology. I'm looking at the time. Yeah, okay, I kill it in 5 minutes. So we are going to count now a little bit, because now we have not 4 but 11 countries. We have 60 trainings and more than 2,000 participants, 30% of them female. So I think that was okay-ish. So I think we can update the map. So we're quite distributed. Also 47% industry, 10% government, and 43 students. I think that this 10% of government is super important, because it's the ones that they will rapidly potentially apply and create the legislation for the applicability and also the acceleration of the technology. Yeah, well, we already talked about this. A lot of training, so we went above the KPIs of the project. And here I'm going to go super fast, because I think it's also the end. This has not finished yet. At the end of this month, we are going to roll out the package ready to use. So it will be in the website. Everyone will have access to it. So you can use all the materials of these trainings. They're going to be there. And you can download and you can use it, and please use them. And I think that also, if you want to improve them, also make the materials yours, because I think it's very important for the trainers. And I will jump on it. We also are preparing some videos to train the trainers. So that means that maybe some people, some companies, or some industries, or some schools, they have one teacher that now will be transitioning to hydrogen teacher. So we also are preparing some videos, a little bit kind of a one-to-one interaction, but it will be recorded, that how to use these materials. So behind every material there is a methodology, and there is some kind of a learning points and some competences that they need to be learned. So we make some videos explaining about those competences, so the person that is going to be using that materials in the future to implement them and to use them in their daily basis, they understand what is their science and the reasoning behind. Therefore, they can rapidly implement the learning objective and the competences towards the students. Could be workers, technicians, politicians, whatever. Well, politicians maybe should also learn a little bit more, but that sounds, no, I'm joking. So I will say that thank you very much, and I want to say one moment. Thank you to all the participants on the pilot trainings. As you see, I'm the work package leader. I do nothing, I only just give the microphone to everyone, and they can explain by themselves. So thank you very much for your time and for the opportunity to explain the results.
No questions. So we're going to move to our hydrogen game presentation with Pernille Gotz from the Denmark Technological University. So, well, what can I say about Pernille? She's working in skills development, you can stay, and continuing education and learning, and linked to renewable energy and energy systems. And she will explain us a very important milestone in this project that we have used a lot, not only in the framework of green skills for hydrogen, but also I've seen implementing this game in other projects, university, institutes. So I give the floor to you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I use this one instead of that one, and I just have to see how this works.
Yeah, it's the green button on top takes you back.
Okay. On top, yes. Okay. So I'm Pernille Gotz. I'm what I call the inventor of this hydrogen game, though it would not have happened without collaboration. So I would like to thank my good colleague Anke Hagen at the Technical University of Copenhagen, with whom I've developed it with, my colleagues at the department, and also many of you from the Green Skills to Hydrogen for hydrogen. Project that have actually tested this game without me really knowing it and given me feedback. And for me it's a great success because it was not within the scope of the project to help you start using it, but you've adopted it and it was intentional design, but thank you for doing this. So, the outline of my presentation is I will tell about what challenges in hydrogen teaching this game addresses, how they are addressed with the game, and some perspectives on the continued development. And explaining the challenges, I've tried this time to talk about it less theoretically, and ideally I would have done a small workshop with all of you. I had ideas for this, but I have 15 minutes, so it's not possible. But instead I will go through a story of a typical workshop on hydrogen, and it's inspired by real events, but with a little dramatization, okay? So we have a hydrogen teacher who's preparing a workshop, targeted technical staff in a local energy cluster. It's a job that she was handed over by the local energy cluster, so she's been hired for this. She's an expert in power to hydrogen and material science, so she knows her things. And as any good teacher, she's preparing and wondering, I wonder what the level of the learners is and what their interests are, because as any good teacher, we should adapt our materials to the learners, to our users, right? So she writes an email to the industry partner who asking what are the levels, and she says it's most of the learners have at least a BA in engineering, and they're interested in hydrogen storage, safety, materials, and applications. Yes, and first of all, she's very happy that it's BA in engineering that is their primary background, because she's used to teaching at university, so it sort of resonates with what she's used to. The themes are a bit much for a 3-hour workshop, and also the safety part is not her expertise, and applications, she can talk about this, but she's not an expert, so she will cover some of it, but not all of it. A bit challenging, right? Yes. We come to the day of the workshop, and in the door comes 2 electrical engineers, nice, a mechanical engineer, and a material scientist. Yes, she's like, wow, my program is great for this target group. I nailed it. But then something happens, because since this is a local energy cluster, and rumors have spread that there's a hydrogen expert in town. So, first of all, the mechanical engineer brought his son, a 15-year-old pupil. Yes, and you may laugh a bit about this, but this actually happened to us, that we held a workshop for adults and a 15-year-old came. And you're like, should we say no? Because this is absolutely not the target group, but taking the severeness of the green transition into consideration, we should welcome everyone, right? Okay. But then what is also, like, suddenly a landscape architect walks in the door. A local politician is also coming, and finally a communication officer. So now the teacher is like, I don't know if I should cry or be happy, because so many people are interested in what I do, but now what I planned is not relevant at all. And I have no idea how I should tackle these 3 hours. Yes. I will not do this, blah, 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 but what I want to come to is, what is happening here is the question of how do you design teaching for a diverse and unpredictable target group. So this was a fictive situation, but often in most teaching about hydrogen, there are so many different target groups in the same classroom. So we should actually start designing our teaching purposefully for this. So we cannot design teaching thinking that it will only be engineering students or adults, or that they will have the same background, because first of all, the reality is that it's often mixed. And second of all, if we want to tackle these climate changes, we have to welcome the people that actually show up. We have to motivate them. We have to welcome them into our hydrogen community. Yes, And this is the main challenge that the hydrogen game tries to address. And the how. So overall, it's a tool to develop shared understanding of the complex energy systems. It's designed for teaching 21st century skills like system thinking, collaboration, active listening, communication, and so on. It helps learners understand energy technologies not as isolated components, but as internet-connected parts of a wider societal, technological, and environmental context. And finally, it promotes disciplinary openness, curiosity, and creativity together with a fact-based deeper knowledge. And this is very important because we can all become specialists, but if we're not able to communicate our knowledge to non-specialists, if we're not able to explain to a local politician why hydrogen is important and why we cannot only have batteries, it's going to be difficult to challenge this complex problem, which is the energy transition, right? And the design is based on an established communication strategy. So a lot of communication has these value chains and uses iconified information to say, the system is like this, and when you're new to hydrogen, it's too much, right? It's like this, because each icon easily represents information equivalent to full courses at the university. So how do you steer this, right? So the idea behind the game is to break up these elements, slow down the communication, and support dialogues between people about each step, each icon, and then the system as a whole. In France, you would say it's a serious game. I can also try to say un jeu sérieux. But it's a serious game based on educational theory. And I'm just going to say it because maybe there are some interested educational people here. I don't know. Anyway, so dialogic pedagogy, which is basically that we learn best by appropriating concepts with our own language. So we have to be able to say the concept, or have we really learned it? And also, if we want to innovate and implement new technologies, we must teach human or transversal or transferable skills to do this. We cannot only rely on experts. Also, differentiated teaching, which basically says that content and classes are designed to meet different levels and interests of learners, and that we should design teaching for discovering and building on the actual understanding of learners, not what we think they know. And finally, what I call the icon pedagogy. It's a concept that needs more development, but basically that we create engagement by using less or no words at all, because then we're putting the meaning into the things as we see it, and it's always debatable. To show some examples of what it looks like, so we have this board where we tell students make the value chain from source to usage. And I have an example from an online class, and it looks a bit chaotic, but there's a point. So we told all the students to put these icons, and I will not go into details, but just try to see how different these groups have solved the task. It's an example of how different their conversations in the groups about the energy systems has been. So this proves that it's not there's not a single way to solve this. Like it shows what the actual understanding of the learners is, and meaning is depending on the meaning we put into it. Yeah, and then you can have discussions on whether they put the things right or wrong, right? But that's up to the teacher. Another example is we gave some students the applications. We told them make the value chains backwards for train, shipping, and aviation, and show us how the value chains will be in the future. So turning it around. And also with the hydrogen colors, as Georgie mentioned, instead of having a lecture about what they are, make the value chains for the different colors, and it becomes very visible that hydrogen is not one thing and it's a product. Yeah, and these examples show that the design of the game is very open, it's very flexible, and for now it's intentional because we needed to develop something that could be used across EU member states. And with this, we're sort of inviting teachers to make it into a tool they want to use in their classes. So we're not giving all the answers on how to use it. And so far, I think it's going okay, but there could be some iterations. Some perspectives. So what we have achieved within this project is going from prototype to scalable product. And with scalable product, meaning that we have Word documents and PDFs that teachers can download from our website for free. And teachers love it because it's cheap. And this is what we really need, open source materials that can help educate both hydrogen trainers and their pupils. And you can do internet search on the hydrogen game and the resources will come up where you can find the page where you can download it. Yes. Then we've tested it for lifelong learning, I would say. We've used it in the whole value chain of education. And also outreach, so we actually went to Greenland and there was a reindeer. It's just fun, but we used it there too. And this is also based on the effort of all the partners in the project that it actually worked. And we've been invited, a special thanks to Evelina and Daria in Bulgaria and their team for making this synergy happen with the H2 Start project. And I have conversations with Hydrogen Academy also, Iris Bertz, because they want to adopt this to their projects. So great synergies. And now to something I've had some reactions, but Anke and I are considering to support the sustainability of this hydrogen game. We want to change the name to the Energy System Creator, but there's also a good brand in the hydrogen game anyway. We want to develop it more based on these cardboard games, but also with an online knowledge repository. So we will keep these challenges, puzzles, and assignment for in-class activities. And we will have a train-the-trainer concept built into the design and services. So we will have more reported use cases and evaluations of what did the students learn and how was it for the teachers. It will be open resources, and then combine all this with online knowledge repository, like organizing knowledge within each theme online in some way. Perhaps with some immersive experiences from laboratories and project sites. Yeah, and we hope that this can be continued or further developed in a Green Skills 2.0. Yep. And if you have any questions or inquiries, please get in contact with me.
Thank you very much, Pernille. I was going to make a joke because if you would see the first scheme of the game, you wouldn't gone through the development of it. I was like, what the heck? What is this? But yes, at the end, it was a great work, but it took long to develop something like this. And it's working well. So, well, I'll give you the floor, Eric. Thank you.
Yeah, Pernille, very interesting because quite funny. We have developed something nearly equal in our Hydrogen Academy. Already 4 years back, when we developed the sales training, we decided we need something to start up the discussion about value chains, and we called it Sector Coupling Puzzle. Works very similar with different icons, but a little bit larger in scale, so it's around 80, 90 different cards. But what I've seen is more or less 80% you have developed as well in parallel. It's really fun. I can recommend it, and I hope we stay in contact because I think there we could learn from each other.
Yes, I would love to stay in contact and learn from each other. And just one point is it's actually intentional that all the icons are not there. but this is also coming into the mindset of that the purpose of such a thing is not to give all the results, but to, yeah, I guess but it's just so important. Like as teachers, we're also used to, we have to give the results and we have to show the students how they solve this correctly. But the purpose is discussion, and it's critical thinking, and it's collaboration. And when there's something missing, you're like, why is there not any water here? And you're like, okay, so put water. Yeah, so it creates the engagement.
Thank you. So we're now going to make the Sisters project panel. And, well, we call this panel Synergies, How to Streamline Hydrogen Skills Development in Europe. And we will have as a moderator Dominique Richter, who is one of the partners of our project on behalf of Hydrogen Europe Research. He's project manager focused on hydrogen skills development with a specialized academic background in hydrogen, fuel cells, and their applications. And little by little, I will invite to the stage, and please feel free to use the stairs. We don't want any accident here. Nikolaus Natvos, project manager of the Hydrogen Valley Vocational Excellence Hub, and also a partner of our project, and a senior consultant and energy engineer with more than 15 years of experience in renewable energy and clean technologies. Clement Maury. Hi, Clement. Project coordinator in Green Sky and head of European Affairs at Alpha Grant East, working on strengthening hydrogen training capacities across Northwestern Europe. You are also in this event of SPA? Yes, we're working in this event. We will have our third edition at SPA Francorchamps. It's the SPA Hydrogen Vocational Education and Training Forum, so SPA H2 VET Forum for the third year. The registrations are open, so you can find this event on our website in the events section, and you can register if you are a trainee in hydrogen, trainer in hydrogen. The other speaker is Willem Hazenberg, project manager at H2 COVID, a senior authority in renewable energy and hydrogen technologies with broad international experience. Last speaker is Robert Steinberger, sorry, I didn't put my eyeglasses, Steinberger Wilkins, project coordinator of High Academy, which is one of the sister projects more close to Green Skills for Hydrogen, I would say. And Robert has a long-standing expert in hydrogen, fuel cells, and electric vehicles with over 30 years of experience in the academia and the industry. And thank you, and I leave the microphone to Dominic.
Thank you, Patricia. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for staying for our panel on synergies to streamline hydrogen skills development in Europe. So we have already heard in previous sessions that the skills challenge in hydrogen is real and it's urgent. On the example of Green Skills for Hydrogen now through the work package leaders, we've heard also all the efforts that are happening to make the workforce ready for the future hydrogen adoption in Europe. And I just wanted to highlight with this, or we wanted to highlight with this, that Green Skills is not the only project that is taking on the challenge of equipping the employees in Europe with the necessary skills for hydrogen, but there is other major EU-funded projects that are doing something similar from a different angle, complementary. So what the panel will not do is to repeat the diagnosis that we heard earlier in the day. It was well articulated in the morning by our experts and the high-level panel there. Instead, we move to skip forward and ask some questions on how do we connect what already exists and how do we avoid fragmentation. As mentioned there, we are fortunate enough to have 4 speakers of other major EU-funded projects, each tackling different aspects of the piece of the puzzle, which is the coming together and helping to develop hydrogen skills in Europe. We'll start with some project introductions. This will just help everybody to know a little bit more about the projects and to understand the context. And then we move into a panel discussion with the panelists here, and we will discuss on synergies and practical collaboration. And last but not least, we'll also close with some audience interaction, and I would like to also go beyond just questions there, because we have a lot of experts in the room, also other projects that maybe not on stage, so we know there's a lot of knowledge in the audience as well, and we would just also like to hear your reflections to what is being said, and also, of course, if you have questions for any of the speakers. So, without further ado, let's ground ourselves in what the projects are actually doing, so the projects that we have here on stage. For each speaker, I would, additional to your project presentation, like to cover the gaps that you're addressing, so to tell the audience basically what is distinct about your project compared to the other projects that are on stage, and what concrete outputs are you developing. So I would say we start, I don't know actually the order of the presentations, probably we see it on the screen. I would have started with Nikos, but let's see if this is the first presentation that comes also on the screen. And I'm also not sure if we need to skip ourselves. Yes? Huh, perfect.
No, it's me.
Yeah, should be you. Okay.
Thank you.
Give you this.
Should be me. Yes, so it's me. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the difficult panel after the lunch and after the coffee break, so I will try to be as fast and as concrete as possible. I will present here the H2V, the Hydrogen Valley Vocational Excellence Hub. So, being a partner of Green Skills for Hydrogen, what we saw in the process and co-leading together with instead the urgent trainings part, what we saw here, and we try to establish a new proposal that is a gap between the establishment of hydrogen valleys regarding their reskilling and upskilling. Hydrogen valleys are one of the key, let's say, projects from the Commission in order to establish a complete value chains for hydrogen all over Europe. So trying to, being able, let's say, to establish these valleys is crucial, and the reskilling and upskilling part is also part of the bottlenecks that these valleys have. We, through this project, we try to support the development of skills ecosystem inside the hydrogen valleys. We bring together 19 partners from 6 countries in Europe and Africa to build a double, highly qualified workforce for the hydrogen economy. So we established a Center of Vocational Excellence, COVES, connecting training providers, universities, companies, and regional authorities in order to create flexible learning pathways, share knowledge, and test innovative training programs and that respond to real labor market needs and accelerate the green and digital transition. Our main mission is to help regions prepare their workforce and skills ecosystems for fair and effective transition towards a sustainable hydrogen economy, dealing with different hydrogen sectors. Main objective is to promote excellence and innovation in VET, establish lifelong learning via CVET and digitalization, enhance sustainability through a green link in VET, and accelerate VET at European and international level. This is the consortium. We in Greece, together with our University of West Macedonia and Advent, build upon the Green Skills for Hydrogen project in order to create a curriculum established for our hydrogen valley. And this is also the same for the other areas around. So from green skills for hydrogen to H2V, we're trying to create, let's say, synergies between the two projects, paving the way for trainings in hydrogen valleys. We started with the Hydrogen Summer School, and this, the fourth one, Hydrogen Summer School, will be under the H2V program. So we are continuing working for our programs, starting from green skills for hydrogen and continuing to H2V. Yes, I already told that for Hydrogen Summer School, and we have also an online training platform that we urge you to go and search. And what we are trying to also to do here is certain certificates to boot for the hydrogen sector, which is rather critical. These are for our social, and try to be fast.
That was perfect, thank you. I think we are sitting actually in a pretty good order by chance. So next should be Clément about Green Sky.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I will try to be quick as well. So I will now be presenting the Green Sky project, which is Green Skills and Knowledge for Hydrogen. So in terms of name, quite similar also to the Erasmus Plus project. Some of the differences are that we are working on an Interreg project in Northwestern Europe, so the geographical perimeter is not the same, and I would say also our specificities, we really wanted to work with hands-on activity, on practical exercises. There is already a lot of content, material, online classes, online courses for hydrogen, which is great, which is necessary, but we also think that both technicians but also engineers, they need to practice to better understand what they're doing, what they will be doing on hydrogen infrastructures later on. And that's why also we wanted to have this common objective. In terms of consortium, here you have it. You have some universities, some vocational and educational training centers, some clusters as well, and some enterprises in these perimeters. We are also working with a lot of stakeholders in our perimeter, actually not with Enedata, which was just invited on the slide, but we would be happy to do so. Trying also to work as much as possible with the stakeholders, with the regional stakeholders, with the public employment services, so that they can have a better understanding on the evolution of the labor market connected to the hydrogen skills. And of course, with all the enterprises in all the different sectors of hydrogen, because we think that to have a good training, we need also to follow, to stay updated about the development of the hydrogen sectors, and we have started like a bit more than 2 years ago, and there have been already quite a lot of development. 3 main objectives, and I will particularly focus on the second one. We have all seen that we needed to coming back. We needed to remove the obstacles to development of this transnational labor market, having a common understanding on hydrogen skills. That's particularly necessary in this area here, in the green area, where you have a lot of cross-border workers going every day to Switzerland, to Germany, to Belgium, or to the Netherlands, and who really need this recognition in terms of skills, and the enterprises, they also need to know what the people they hire are capable of doing and what they are allowed to do. Developing also a lot of training content, but on the second point, we really have this chance of geographical proximity and saying that we can find some synergies to develop training facilities so that we can implement these hands-on training sessions. So we were working together on having a network, having a mapping of these different training facilities, not only with the educational material, but also on some professional infrastructures that could be used for the training aspect. And one of the conclusions, and that brought us also to this project, was to say we need a mobile training lab so that we can bring the training to the people who need it and not have like some areas which do not have access to the training equipment. So we have two pilot solutions. One has been developed by Robert, actually, who can also fact check what I'm saying right now. Let's say that's a light one in the trailer on the left here. So that's quite mobile, as you can see, because it had the wheels and everything. And it's already been used to train professionals and students in Germany, in Switzerland, and in the Netherlands. And I think that the next training sessions is planned in Farel, in the northern part of Germany, on the 9th and 10th of April. So, as you can see, that's also a good way to bring the training opportunities to the different audiences that we can have. And we have, let's say, bigger option without wheel in a bright container, which is mobile, but of course you won't move it every day, but which really represents an hydrogen infrastructures with the electrolyzer, with storage, with the security systems, and which has already been moved from France to Belgium, then back to France, and who might go to Luxembourg at the end of the year, also to deliver this kind of training with the possibility for the technicians to touch, to experiment on industrial standard hydrogen installation that you can see here, and there was also a small video in the lunch room in midday. And if you want to contact us, don't hesitate to do it right now. Otherwise, here you have our contact.
Thank you, Clément. So then moving on to H2 Cove, another Center of Vocational Excellence.
This is okay. Okay, I tell you about the H2 Cove project. It's a 24 to 28 program. We at the moment, we have 5 countries involved. And at the moment we figured out, okay, what is the gap analyzing what we already did, and we're now in the process to dedicate the courses. Some basic information, we have 90 partners in 5 countries, and the coordination is in Norway from Vestland country. Our impact goals, I think we always have the KPIs, also to try to keep them then at once. Hope this is one. The first one is 25 formal learning courses, and this is always a nice number, but what does it mean? It means we have also 25 European qualification points you have to make per region. That means when you have 3 schools, you need something about 240 hours on less material. That means 5 countries by 5 countries, mal 25 is 125 by 28 hours. There's a lot of material that will come out of this program. I think other numbers a little bit speak for itself. We're working to a train-the-trainer program. Last night I gave a training on hydrogen safety for trainers for 6 countries. In 1 month we will meet in Austria, and there we have a 4 days meeting also about trainers, just about safety. I think the others, just skip it. Go to the next one. So. What we also have to do is kind of recommendations, educational models, and also questions, how did we start this project? And I started this project, I think about 2 years ago. They asked me to fly to Norway, and I was involved also in green skills for H2. And we say, okay, it's a nice book they make, but let's now make it a step wider. And we say, okay, I didn't only read this study, I read also 29 other studies around the globe. And we say, okay, what are the common things in this project about the curriculum and what should be in there? And then we make a division about 5 kind of levels. And that's the base we want to have in the Cove, that we say, okay, we have 12 different kind of jobs, you can say, in the production. And how now I'll give an example. When you want to build a filling station, for an example, and you get from the Applied University of Groningen, for example, mechanics, what do we need additional to learn? And that's also going for the construction people. When you go to the bank and say you want 3 million, they say, okay, but how's it about business cases? You go to the fire brigade. Also, these people need a kind of additional skill, and that's the way we want to go in this project. Also, we combine different things, practical courses, train challenge-based learning with students, and custom industrial training. I think this is our partners. So I think you have to a neighbor, and afterwards we go to the next details. Yeah. This is what we work together with the people in different places, so stakeholders. When you follow us, we like it.
Thank you, Willem. Then last but not least, the EU Hydrogen Academy from Robert.
Well, thanks Dominic. So this is a project where I was asked to focus on formal education, because there's a sister project which is Green Skills for Hydrogen, which would be focusing on VET. So that's why this is really focusing on that, although we saw that half of the nearly half of the participants in Green Skills for Hydrogen came from university and not VET areas. So what is this about? Essentially, it's bringing together all the people active in university and school education, so formal education in Europe, bring them together into two networks. I'll have a slide on in a moment. So partners are 17. We have 10 universities across, I think, 8 countries, and 9 countries or more, 10 maybe, haven't counted. So, but 10 universities and 7 small companies, networks, and associations of universities. So we cover a lot of ground in the way of how you would bring together players and actually be able to leverage synergies. So 2 of the main things are we are building a network of 100 universities. We've just reached around 80. We have 500 schools. These networks are constructed to bring together people to be able to exchange experience and best practice, which is important because everybody who works at university might know the pains you have to get something accredited or a program installed at university, a master's program. I had one for 5 years and the university decided to shut it down because there weren't enough students. So we opened a new one, which has even less students, but then, so but even just registering a module can take 2 years, and sort of talking about all these problems helps, because otherwise everybody is very alone with them. In schools it's different. It's how do you bring things into the curriculum that are not foreseen, because mostly the curriculum is defined nationally, and so on and so on. So we've established these networks and we'll have regular meetings. There's also something else. We are issuing a series of 12 textbooks, which are university-type textbooks. So we were always told, provide free training material, and we always refused, no, we are not recording lectures, we are not a YouTube channel, we're not handing out slide sets to people who will just read what's on the slide because they don't understand the background. If you're a university teacher, if you prepare a new lecture, you read a book, and then you prepare your slides, because then you understand what's behind the slides. So that's what we're doing. Open access, the first 2 are ready, are going into production. Most of the others should be ready by the end of the year or early next year. These will be open access ebooks and can be used for university training, and of course for anybody else who is a technician or even a teacher at school who wants to read in depth about a topic. And then you can actually, then you have the background, you've attained the background that allows you to do the teaching on this. Although it would always be better you had a little bit of practical experience. So, and in these books will also be translated, and there we are also banking on the networks. We will do an AI translation, a rough translation, and then we need people to actually turn that into something readable. Maybe jumping the gun a little on synergies, so I also started the Permity project. This is coordinated by Birmingham. The other one I had to move to Prague to coordinate because of Brexit. In the Hydrogen Academy, European Hydrogen Academy, we've also built the basics of the Net Zero Hydrogen Academy, which André Bonis was talking about this morning. So we developed the concept for that. And Permity, for instance, will be using this infrastructure to, for the first time now, actually offer a recognized qualification, which is extremely important. Everybody always talks about qualifications. Nobody has a recognized qualification. Everybody hands out certificates, which are not really worth a lot. So this will be for permitting staff, anybody involved in an application for permit for any sort of hydrogen project apart from vehicle homologation. If you want to see more, go to the website. There's a lot of material there. It's growing. We have a network. We have 4 universities, 4 schools, 4 industry. We have industry sponsors. A lot of industry offering material, which we then have to structure and take up here, make available through our e-library, have regular newsletters. Join us on LinkedIn as usual. We're a bit overactive on LinkedIn, I find sometimes. And yeah, just look up there what the whole project is about, what you can gain from it.
So thank you everybody for that overview. I think we can see there's already a big ecosystem of approaches. We have an ecosystem approach from H2VE specifically on hydrogen valleys. So they are trying to support the whole ecosystem. There's also elements of across borders and across Europe with the involvement of Africa. Green Sky. I think the very special thing you mentioned is the mobile lab that is traveling cross-border to support also training for organizations that may not be able to have the facilities themselves. Then for the H2 Cove, you're covering all levels of STEM education, so also something quite unique. And then for High Academy, obviously the establishment of the large university school network and focused on university education. So the question now is, these are a lot of different efforts. How do we connect them and reinforce them rather than operate in parallel? Let's start with what already exists. I would like to ask Robert, maybe to start off the panel. Do we have good examples where synergies are already working, and what made these collaborations possible?
I made them possible.
If you're not the coordinator of both projects.
The main synergies I've had came because I had one project after the other. So we started the Joint European Summer School in 2004. It's still running, year 23 now. No public funding anymore since 2012. And that's how I think a project should work. So at the end of the project, I want to see something that survives and that goes on working. And the majority of projects just doesn't. And if you go back and look up output of educational projects, you'll have a hard time finding anything. So even in the Deliverable 4.1, I find lots of stuff from the summer school, which is unofficial, it was never published, and from Teachy, which is not really available freely. So, but there's lots of other stuff, and even if you use it, you get into trouble with people who then complain you can't use our material outside of context, and it's freely available on the website. Anyway, so you'd hope that project results would build on one on the other, but they hardly ever do. So the synergies I've been experiencing are actually my own projects moving on. So it was training for the summer school, it was Know-High for technician training, online training, it was Teachy for establishing the master's program, always carrying on the material, building further and further. Then the Hydrogen Academy, collecting things on a more platform level, not actually doing our own training apart from the textbooks. Then joining Green Sky in a different guise as my old engineering company, which we've had for 40 years, in developing the practical side of training, because that's just lacking. And we've always said we need more practical training, so now we're doing exactly that with a lot of success. And now Permity, actually pushing things so far that we get something that is really what I always call a recognized qualification. So not just half a day of watching YouTube videos, that's for me information. And from Clément, I learned that anything below 2 days is acculturation and not training. And that is something you really have to emphasize. And from Markus from DVGW, I hear that there are some sort of certificates you can hand out with less effort because it's very specialized. So there's something in between. But talking about synergies, I would wish there was more cooperation between projects. So we have a work task between European Hydrogen Academy and Green Skills for Hydrogen. But there has been very little activity there. And well, other things, as I said, so in most cases, it's by personal acquaintance or people working together or actually being the person that sort of connects all these projects. Unfortunately, I would like to see much more. And what I did announce a while back was that we want to build this platform, which is essentially the Net Zero Hydrogen Academy, or whatever it will be called in the future. maybe even independent of what the EU is doing in collecting all the material to make it available, but not just make material available, but actually offering something that gives value to the participants, which is something different. So as I said, just watching YouTube videos does not give you a qualification, and you don't get a certificate for that. There are processes at university, and we have to learn from that for vocational training.
Okay, thank you. So you already touched on a lot of things that will come up also later in the discussion on continuation of projects, results as well as the Net Zero Hydrogen Academy. I think, Nikos, we saw something similar, what Robert mentioned also in your presentation, that you're going with a summer school now from Green Skills for Hydrogen to H2BE. Is this an example for synergies that you have already experienced, and are there maybe other examples of synergies?
Yeah, it is definitely an example. I quite agree with Robert, but I don't see any bad thing about creating the synergies through a personal level. So people are making the connections. So people are in the projects are not something, let's say, vague, but it is about the people doing the job. So connecting and creating synergies through the people, it's actually a good thing. We are not that many. So this is what we're trying to do. Keep in mind that we are a cluster, so our main job is creating synergies. So this is what we are doing. We are trying to connect public authorities, research organizations, and SMEs. This is our main job as an entity, as an organization. So creating synergies also in the hydrogen sector, and specifically in the reskilling and upskilling sector is very crucial. All of us should have done more. And in the future, maybe we need to do more and be more connected, because in many ways we are doing similar things, or we can try to learn from each other, and we can try to benefit from other people's work in a way that we all collaborate and we'll have we're creating something innovative and something new. So for me, creating synergies comes, let's say, in two levels. First, about the content level. So aligning curricula, operational profiles, training modules, all the things that we have discussed during the morning. It needs to be done in a more concrete way. And secondly, about the implementation level. We saw summer school. We see similar things happening all around Europe with different projects. And what we saw through our work package 4 in Green Skills for Hydrogen about the urgent trainings is something that is needed for the SMEs, for the industry, and it needs to be performed. So we need to have available training courses, and they need to be constantly adapting to the sector needs, because the hydrogen sector is evolving quite rapidly. So synergies already exist, but we need to enhance them. We need to make it stronger, and we need to collaborate more with each other.
Okay, very clear. So you both basically said we have the connections between projects, but perhaps not on a very systematic level. It's more about shared partners that can pass on the knowledge, or the same coordinator. So that's very clear. So if we look at across the projects presented today, maybe Nikos, if we stay with you, where do you see the biggest risk of fragmentation, to go on the other side of the spectrum, to see where synergies are not working, where we work maybe too much in silos?
Yeah, fragmentation is one of the biggest issues here, and also coordination among ourselves, as I already told you, and the continuation of things. So we need to be more business oriented on this way. Robert said it and has achieved it perfectly in the summer school that he's performing for so many years so successfully. We are trying to do also this in our summer school. Many projects are addressing similar things, and the industry needs also more things here. So we need to establish in more structured way the collaboration. You said it perfectly. This is the main outcome that needs to be, let's say, performed in the next projects or the new years. Hydrogen Academy is doing a very good job in being a platform of cooperation, and hopefully it will be successful also during the implementation phase during the next years, and they will bring together all the different candidates.
Okay, clear. So the lack of structure is what you're saying is one of the biggest risks to cause fragmentation. And then maybe, Willem, do you have also an answer for that? What the biggest risk of fragmentation of the projects are?
Now, what you see is that a lot of times people restarting the same things. I mean, they start about hydrogen properties in the new course, and they're starting at the same, or they gap analyzing. And I say, hey, we have already another project 4 months ago. We did the same study for half a year. Just go on this this piece. Although I think we should develop courses, and also somebody told this morning. Let's say we talk 2 hours about hydrogen safety, or 4 or 6. What should be in this for 2 hours? Make that, do a peer review and say, okay, that's fine. Now we keep it off for the next 5 years, and that we can roll it out. And that's, I think, the way we should work forward. And there are a lot of things what is not covered, and that's especially on the maintenance, the inspection kind of things. I mean, I hear tens of stories about how the electrolytes work and what's the difference between the PEM and the alkaline. But when I ask, okay, how do I inspect these things, or how should I maintain them, everybody is very quiet. And I think we should use our research money just for this thing. Then when they are on the market, we should go for it. Also, I think I'm really well informed, and still I see some projects here that I didn't know. Also, that's good to know at least where it is. And a lot of people even don't know that they even have stuff, and they start the same courses again. Let's say in my own Cove project, I have one university, they say I make fundamentals for EQF 4, for 5, and for 6. And I think, what's the difference in fundamentals? I expect when you're level 6, you also have to first learn the 4 part, then the 5 part, and the 6 part. So that is not a complete new course. It's maybe 3 different levels on a course. And I think that's the way we should work. Also, we have a main subject, and then we should go smaller and subjects. We work also in Holland, something like that, called Groenvermogen NL. To make a small block for 2 hours and build them together. And when you have 80 hours, you can have a kind of certification on it, and then we can fit it to a special kind of jobs. So I think that's the way we should forward. And I know the teachers are different, but I think the content of the lessons should be the same, and how they present is their way. Otherwise, when he totally changes it, how does he know that properties, when I teach 10 points and Robert only do 2, that it has the same quality? Also, the guidelines should be clear, and maybe we need to kind of on European level, maybe can the University of the H2 Academy, what is there, where are the gaps, and we develop the things in there.
Very clear. So you see the problem with starting from zero, basically not using what is already out there, wasting time, effort also of people, and then also maybe coming to different results that increase the fragmentation of European projects altogether. Now, somebody could say we're here, 5 projects or even more between all of us on one stage. So maybe let's talk about something concrete, Clément. If your project could collaborate on one thing tomorrow, what would that be?
As you might have heard, we have these pilot solutions. It came also from the diagnosis saying that's to train on a practical way on hydrogen. Hydrogen, it's not one like Peter, that's different sectors, that's different technologies, so it's not possible for all the training centers, for all the universities to have all the equipment. So that's a good way also to find synergies, to say, let's not buy twice the same thing. If there is another equipment which can be made available not far from me, from my training center, or even better, that can directly come to me thanks to some mobile solution. So that's a good way to not to have too much fragmentation. I would just maybe react to what was said before and try to bring another voice on that. Actually, I feel quite comfortable with fragmentation in certain conditions. Also starting from zero, which can be bring sometimes a bit of frustration, saying that, of course, these courses, they don't already exist. But that's also the kind of philosophy that we have, is learning by doing. And it's good sometimes also for the new stakeholders in the field of hydrogen to start from zero and try to then develop the different synergies. That's a bit what we did also with Green Sky, not starting from zero with the different stakeholders, but for example, the Vocational and Educational Center, we had different expertises. At AFPA in Metz in France, we had a great experience in the field of hydrogen maintenance, but a lower experience in the field of heavy-duty mobility or in the field of hydrogen mobility in general. But the training center of Technifuture, who's also here in the room, they have been working on hydrogen mobility since like almost 15 years. So they had this experience, but much less in the field of H2 maintenance. So it means that we were both working in different fields. We were fragmented, but in the end of the day, thanks to TTT, we had the opportunity to converge. So fragmentation is not a problem in itself. It can become a problem if, in the end of the day, we do not try to have this convergence. We all have these different conclusions and are going in different directions. No, in the end of the day, we need to find these synergies. I agree, but fragmentation's creativity in itself, not a bad thing.
Okay, very clear and interesting perspective on the topic. I think, Willem, you would like to react to this?
What we want to do, we have similar things in Holland. We have in Northern Netherlands, we have the Hydrosveld Campus Europe started. There's University of Groningen, two applied universities and the vet schools. And everybody has a different approach. Like when you want to go really about water, you go to Western, Stanton University, they have 20 PhD or 60 PhDs, 20 professors, they everything know about water. When you want to know something about energy law, University of Groningen. When you want to do something about cars, Groningen. When you want to marine, Delfzijl. Built area, Hoogveen. Deep safety industry, go to me. And that's one group that takes care of this entire thing. Or when we get a question, we think, okay, this is best fitting on this place. Also, I don't want that called kind of fragmentation. It's one ecosystem, and we know exactly where is the specializing knowledge. I think that's a good way. Then you don't spend too much money on things, and you're not the expert on everything.
Okay, very clear. So fragmentation, not necessarily 100% of the time bad if you create different expertises in different area and use it complementary. Robert, I saw you also want to react to this. Maybe you can after also, since we now jumped back to the fragmentation, tell us about one thing concretely that would help you, that you could implement in terms of synergies from tomorrow.
Well, just about fragmentation, what I was saying, it doesn't really help. Just here's the slide set, give the presentation. If I do that with my postdocs, they finish in 45 minutes. For me, that's 1.5 hour lecture. You don't teach by reading what's on the slide set. Same with recorded lectures. You never can adapt them to what exactly you're doing. So in a sense, you have to go through teach the teacher all the time. And the best way of understanding something you lecture is by reading it. And actually, you only understand it when you lecture it. So there's so many things you then look up and really understand on thermodynamics. From the synergy, so well, as was also said, we just have this fragmentation because that's the way we apply for projects. And even the joint undertaking, although I've been bugging them for, I think, as long as they exist, create a platform where all the projects can meet, which they now kind of have. But even so, it takes about 2 years to find out about another project by the time they've published anything. It would be much better if there was something like a regular meeting, maybe organized by the joint undertaking, all the projects in a specific field, you come together, we have an event for you, talk to each other. Because a lot of these things, also across Erasmus Plus, are what I will have a hard time of finding out. And of course, it's good if, as Willem was saying, you start from scratch, or you were saying both, you were criticizing us. But you have to start from scratch sometimes to just develop the know-how. And you need more of that across. So, and the first synergy I would want to sort of exploit is this having a common platform of actually offering, how to say, I would always say qualified, recognized qualification, but it's not always that, like a certificate course, a mastery pathway it is. Not just, here's a couple of YouTube videos. Something where your asset is assessed, where at the end you can safely say, this person has the knowledge, okay, that's not 2 hours, and it's not half a day, and it's maybe 2 days, plus some online. So we have our concepts we've developed for that. For me, coming from a university, it's always 5 ECTS is the standard. Anything below that, maybe a specialized certificate you need, but it's not necessarily a qualification, and a qualification is much more. So the other thing in Synergy would be this working on recognized qualifications. So like was said by Siemens, we show it as a badge to customers. That's one start. We were thinking of other contexts in Permity. We have an idea of how to do this, so stepwise, and that would be easier across projects because we do need a quality assurance. I've seen a lot of stuff where I would say, yeah, nice to have. It's sort of information, I call that, or acculturation, but it's not teaching, it's not education, it's not, well, maybe a bit of education, but it's not training. So I think I once wrote a whole definition of this. I think I have to publish that. What is information, what is education, what is training? And the practical training thing is another aspect of that. So what we've developed in Green Sky, I think, is very simple, but it's groundbreaking because it shows that a PhD active in hydrogen has no idea how an electrolyzer works because they do modeling. And if you just give them a very simple school experiment, it opens their eyes on how they can apply Faraday's law and actually calculate how much hydrogen they're producing, and it works.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting points. So shared recognized certificates and recognition of qualification as an important point. And then maybe also something interesting for the European Commission, if still in the room, more opportunities for projects, either a platform online or events like this to exchange and talk about synergies and talk about how we could best implement it. So we talked about this, Robert, you brought it up earlier in the conversation about continuity. You said it's crucial to continue. We know it's crucial. We have to keep our training materials, curricula, and also certification frameworks updated because they will be, with the pace of our sector growth, they are outdated quite quickly. So maybe question to Clément, can project synergies help to keep our materials updated from different projects? Can synergies between the projects help to keep our material updated, and if yes, how?
Yeah, that's a bit what Robert told about, actually, that's one project after the other. As long as the hydrogen sector is not mature and it can take still a bit of time, we need to have also this flexibility saying, and also this humility, saying that it's only provisional what we are developing, that's the technology, they are evolving, but also the market, and we are not quite sure yet which technologies will be accepted, will be chosen by the different stakeholders in terms of cost, in terms of efficiency, in terms of autonomy. So having these different projects, one after the other, it definitely helps. It also helps not to start from scratch. As mentioned, is good. You know, on that we are all a bit like children. We are very happy to discover things by ourselves, even if maybe everyone in the rooms already knew that. But after making the state of arts, we also realized that we are not alone, that there are these different projects having the same advocacy to the government, explaining that hydrogen in general, that's an important point, that there are some skills issues, some recognition issues, that it's not a new topic in itself, but there are some issues that we need to address. And having these different projects, having also this long-term dimension, it helps to explain that hydrogen, that's not like fashion, like I could have heard that a few months or a few years ago, but that it will definitely be part of the decarbonization effort.
Okay. So again, like follow-up projects is something you mentioned. Of course, it's not always up to the consortia. I think there was many consortia in the history of applying for projects that would have liked to continue the efforts, but then were for one reason or another not chosen. But whenever possible, this helps definitely for the continuation. So I would like to go to something that I consider a little bit the elephant in the room for all of us. if we're talking about synergies, because there's an increasing attention to the Net Zero Hydrogen Academy. We all know there's something happening. We just don't know exactly when, how, and what. And I think the person probably on this panel that knows best about it is Robert. So I would direct this question to him, because the High Academy is mandated to basically provide the grounds for the Net Zero Hydrogen Academy. And the question to you would be like, how should such an initiative build on what already exists, and what lessons of your project should directly inform the Net Zero Hydrogen Academy?
Right, so when we started the European Hydrogen Academy, it was the first time in my life I was offered extra money for a budget. So essentially it became clear that UK and Switzerland would not be paid by the EU. So there was some money that, out of the 3 million budget we had, that was sort of freed from EU money because it was paid by UKRI. And then I was told, okay, if we give you this money, and Andre was at the table at the time, could you build the basics of the Net Zero Hydrogen Academy? So that work finished end of last year, and essentially we created the outlines of what would this look like, how would you assess things. We built some serious games elements. We've been looking at how can you get recognition of qualifications, so what would the pathway be without sort of creating a recognition, right, and looked at how can we set it up. There's some issues around compatibility of learning management systems you don't want to know about, so we've found a way of actually transferring things between systems, which actually works fine. And set that up, tested it, and that works. A bit unfortunately, in parallel, the joint undertaking wanted to sort of issue a call for establishing this. So they asked me to write that call text, but at the same time I knew that DG Employ was working on this call. And of course they got into a quarrel, who owns this Net Zero Hydrogen Academy, and of course it's the European Commission because of the Net Zero Industry Act, which was essentially clear from the start. So the tender was published, not quite sure when, it closed last week, and was only issued to the KICs, which also was clear from the start to me, because the KICs are the only way the EU can spend money without having to have all this project infrastructure. Because I was always saying, you can't have a project applying for this. You're talking about several million. A project is a project. You know exactly that it will be uneven in delivery, it might not deliver at all these things. You need something that is more like a commercial venture. So I'm not quite sure where it's been going now. Andre said they would be launching it sometime Q2. We'll see where that goes. So ideally, this would be, well, it will be something very similar to the Battery Academy, run through KIC InnoEnergy. Which has been a big project. It finished last year or year before last year, I think. 100,000 people trained, whatever trained means. The Solar Academy should also be ongoing, and the Wind Academy has been tendered just in parallel to the hydrogen. So, not quite sure how this would work. Maybe the KIC will be going around collecting the people who will create this input, because they create this infrastructure which is incredibly complicated and not complicated, involved. You need to follow the learning success of every single participant or trainee. You have to have all the material there. You have to have the pathways. You have to decide how you attribute a certificate, qualification, how you do assessment online, all these things. So whatever this becomes, and then on top of that, the KPI or the commission of 100,000 trained people within 3 years. So we'll see how that goes. They had a good experience with the Battery Academy, and because we saw the Battery Academy, we also thought, okay, it's a challenge, but might work. And the question is whether we set up our own, what is now the Net Zero Hydrogen Academy, as a method of collecting project output and offering these things. Not just as you can watch all kinds of things here, but actual, so here's a training course, this is the curriculum, this is the mastery pathway, this is what you have to run through, and at the end you get a certificate, a badge, or actually something like a qualification. So that would be sort of the gold standard, and we'll have to see what happens in the next 3 months, I guess.
Okay, certainly interesting to follow, because it is supposed to be a synergy by design, so basically compile everything that we did and then make it accessible in a structured way, so that would solve a lot of problems already. Willem, do you have a reflection on this as well, how such an initiative should look?
I think it looks fine. One concern is in Holland we designed something like similar like that, and maybe also in other countries. Also want to make a remark about outdating material. I think this is not so really relevant, and most courses I see, even from Green Skill for Hydrogen and other projects, they are still basic courses, and there is not a big difference. I mean, when electrolyzers use 2 kilowatt less, that is not a fundamental change. I mean, the fundamentals get on the level, let's say, when you have a Siemens or a ThyssenKrupp or an ITM equipment, they bring a new version, then you give additional training. That is mostly not in the curriculum that we are developing. I'm also more concerning about the gaps that we not have than the stuff that is in there. And the second problem is, I think this is a good program, and high resources, also a good project, also with a lot of material, but also a European project that I mean, you are in this project, but I even cannot see what's in it. Then it's only our few partners can see it. And then we have to rebuild this entire stuff. Or what we see, we do a project, and then, okay, we keep a website 1 year alive, and then all the material is gone. Also, I think this platform is a great challenge to bring all this material at least together. And then we should combine it in a way, okay, what's the best part, and to make small models for that, and to work out of it.
Okay, thank you. I see we are nearing the end, so we are skipping the last question, but if you would like to know from the panel what one thing they would like to see if we meet in 2 years, again, you can ask them at the networking cocktail, because they have a good answer to this. But maybe we still have some time for questions from the audience, or reflections. Some comments, reflections, questions, yep.
I always have a question. I have a question concerning, well, it touches on what you were saying about the net zero academies and the battery academies as an example. But overall, we're part of different Pact for Skills, E+, whatever, sectoral alliance projects. And personally, what we look for in doing that is also to be able to, yes, leverage some of the training content, the curriculum for training our own employees, or we're an intermediary, so we have training organism, etc., etc. What is sometimes lacking is the time for these projects to consider that it's not because they exist publicly and they're out there that magically they're going to be taken up by in-country training providers, in existing educational stakeholders, and that there needs to be a sort of hand-holding or marketing or business, let's say, as I think one of you were saying, business strategy, to go to them. And so therefore, from the Net Zero Skills Academy, I would be interested to understand how this is imagined, because from some interactions with the Battery Academy, the small experience that we have is more as a top-down, and I failed to see how there was take-up from the bottom up, from the educational stakeholders. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but for me, if that is not envisaged and that is not encouraged and fostered, then we're going to still have in-country higher education vet providers doing their own things, and an overarching academy coordinating.
I think, and maybe Andre is standing up to answer that question, because I think also you would be the best place, definitely. We just don't have all the information quite yet, but maybe you can shed a little bit of light on this subject, Andre.
Okay, thank you. So, my name is Andrei Bunis, by the way. I work in DG Employment, and I started these Net Zero Industry Act Academies, and I'm supervising some of them. The way in which they work, you have the Pact for Skills, which is an industry-led initiative, right? In Pact for Skills is a framework, you know this very well, you're part of it. But for the rest of the people in the room, the Pact for Skills is a framework that we have set up to help, to enable, let's say, local stakeholders of all type, in particular companies, so industry-led, to join forces, to come together and to design and implement reskilling and upskilling activities together. In this, they can also partner up with local authorities, with trade unions, with whoever they think is useful and wants to join this local partnership, right? A large-scale skill partnership. It's fairly bottom-up. There is no direct money involved except for some money that we have set aside as the Commission for support in terms of information and maybe, you know, with KPIs, designing these sort of partnerships, the text of these partnerships agreements and so on. But it's very bottom-up and it's industry-led. This is the Pact for Skills, this is a framework. It doesn't say anything at all about the content. The content is entirely left to the Pact participants and the ones who constitute such a membership, such a partnership. They are the ones who know better, you know, the members in these agreements, they know better what they need and what they want to, where they want to go with the reskilling and upskilling actions. The academies, on the other hand, it's fairly top-down. It's they are based on a regulation. They are seed funded by the Commission. They have a fairly strict and fairly well-defined concept, which is in the Net Zero Industry Act. In the 5th chapter there's an entire chapter on that, and it describes very well how they function in a fairly, let's say, fairly definite way. And so what they do, the academies, their purpose is to create content that also may be used by the partnerships. Why not? If they are in the field, if they're in net zero sectors, and if they want to do so. But the academies themselves, they're a concept, and the entities that implement these academies, which is not a building or something like that, it's a project, a type of project. The entities that implement this, they are private companies at heart, because one of their requests, one of their obligations is to be self-sustainable financially after the first 3 years in which we provide some money. Because otherwise, it doesn't make sense. We're not going to start another project that just creates something that maybe there's no demand for it. If there's no demand, they're not viable. They don't meet this requirement. So they need to produce something, and for this they take on board the industry and they work together with the industry. The way in which they work, they have a lot of latitude in deciding how they work because they need to reach this goal. We don't want to interfere with them. They know from the business point of view, they make the business decisions mostly themselves. We have a supervisory board. We meet very regularly. Of course, we see the progress, but as long as the KPIs are reached, if they choose to partner up with certain stakeholders and not with others, that's also up to them. But we very much encourage also Pact for Skills coordinators to take contact with the academies if they feel like there is some sort of mutual benefit there and work up a bilateral agreement. But the Commission in this discussion stays out. It doesn't really have a role. And I hope I kind of explained it.
Just add to that, because the way the Battery Academy worked, they licensed the whole content to local providers. Or I think Siemens also got a package, or companies got a package for their internal use and local providers. And I somehow remember somewhere that there was, don't know whether it was that or was just a KPI, 3 providers by country, something like that. So that essentially it can be rolled out in that way. So either it becomes a business case or it doesn't. It's a different question, but it is available for license.
Okay, then our last question, maybe a quick one with a quick answer.
You're allowed to, it's on, okay. Julia Machado from the University of Galway. It's not even a question, but I think there was a lot of discussion about how isolated the efforts are, but how they come to this synergy moment at the end. And is actually more like a congratulations, actually, because what's happening today is exactly what needs to happen for all these projects. I'm just starting my education and training hydrogen project as well, but seeing what you've been through, the things that you learn with your events, the practitioners here, not only theory, you know, we are not talking about a beginner project that is just, okay, I wish we could do that. No, we actually saw concrete cases of events, of trainings, of people that have been dealing with people today. And I think that's exactly it, is bringing the sister projects together, is making sure that all the results and the outputs are really disseminated in a way that reaches people and reaches other projects. And that's the only way that we will have and achieve what we are preaching here about.
That's very nice. Thank you. I mean, it's great also for the event, and congratulations at this point also at Patricia and the whole team of Communications Package for bringing us all together and on also inspiring the next generation of projects that knows now a little bit more what's out there, not also from green skills, but also the wider skills landscape to benefit from in the future. Nikos, you also had a reaction.
Just a small comment. Coming from Robert and to what you have said and for the congratulations, maybe Hydrogen Europe Research could play a fundamental role in this, bringing us together in a yearly event for the reskilling, upskilling hydrogen.
I'll take that forward to Luigi. He's always happy to give me more work, so I'm sure he'll be happy to hear that. With that, thank you everybody here in the room. Don't leave. There is still going to be very interesting discussion about what's going to happen next with Green Skills for Hydrogen, so what's the path forward. And maybe there's also something that we can do with the alliance that we're building to keep this forum alive. I think also great to hear that this was inspiring to some. I think all of us on the panel, we leave also with a mild sunburn from the windows. And then if you have any other questions to us, to the panelists, and to talk about synergies, I think the networking cocktail is a very good place to do so. Thank you. Thank you.
So, thanks again for the excellent panel and moderation. So now we're going to explain a bit what we have conceived for this project to keep alive and to continue with the synergies. I'm going to introduce you to Guillermo Jiménez Rota from Fundación Hidrógeno Aragón, which is the partner that has been in charge of preparing the sustainability strategy. And Guillermo currently serves as Innovation Coordinator at Fundación Hidrógeno Aragón, a Spanish region, in becoming strong in hydrogen as well as the vast country, and Guillermo has contributed to the development of the European Hydrogen Skills Alliance with a focus on long-term sustainability and cooperation across the hydrogen system. So he will speak about what comes next for Green Skills for Hydrogen. Thank you, Guillermo, and welcome.
Thank you, Patricia. Good afternoon, everyone, both in this room and for the people online that are on the other side of the screen. Thanks for staying out with us. This is the last speech until the close of the event. I think we have 20 minutes to do 40, so I will be really, really brief. The main idea is, well, first of all, thanks for the... sorry. Well, I'm missing one slide, but it's not a problem. Thanks for the interesting discussions in the previous panel. Thanks also for the partners that have presented some of the results of the project. I was going to cover a bit in the general broad of the scope of the project, but I will miss that since we've already described them. As you've seen during today, the Green Skills for Hydrogen has been a successful project with some achievements, some milestones accomplished, and some really interesting synergies made. This is almost 4-year collaboration among more than 30 partners and 15 member states that has been really nice coordinated by the KIT, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and has delivered, as I said, really impact results across the whole value chain of the training skills, from analysis to training materials to the training itself with different programs that we've seen. I wanted to cover really briefly one of the 3 most important achievements, the European Hydrogen Skills Strategy, after the extensive analysis led by Enerdata, was presented before. The core BIT curriculum, prepared by Politecnico di Torino, and also the materials assigned to that. And last but not least, making that a reality with those training pilots, the origin trainings, and also the pilot programs that can be applied from now on. As a result, this alliance has given us a clear hydrogen skills roadmap, a clear path to be following this subject, a high valuable training materials library with different resources to better explain to our students how to learn about hydrogen, and also the teachers how to teach about hydrogen, with materials such as interesting as the game, the hydrogen game, which is might look simple, but is really useful and helps a lot in the hydrogen teaching. And also really important, a first wave of training professionals. I heard before that we achieved 2,000 professionals that have been accessing all these trainings, which is quite an accomplishment. All of that is because we came from a really clear need, which is to accomplish the real interesting goals of deployment hydrogen across Europe. I know that at the moment the sector is quite pessimistic, but we've heard today that almost 30% have accomplished the FID decision. So yes, lots of projects have been coming down, but the hydrogen is going on and is going strong. And also we have in Europe really demanding European goals, and that also will have to be accomplished. Hydrogen is a key to do that. And for that very reason, we have enough proof to say out loud that we need a really interesting amount of skilled professionals, and we have to prepare them before this is happening. So we have to do it before. That's why projects like Green Skills for Hydrogen and the ones that we just here are that important. That brings me to highlight that we have an opportunity ahead. We have to work on these skills deployment. We have to coordinate ourselves. And regarding the Green Skills for Hydrogen project, we cannot allow to stop right here. Our momentum should be going, and we have to make value of everything that we've achieved at the moment. I'm talking about the synergies of partners. This is 34, sorry. From 15 member states. That's a huge accomplishment by itself. To put in common information for 34 partners is quite a huge achievement, because every one of us has different capabilities, different interests, and it's quite interesting to have achieved to have this alliance. At this stage is what I expressed, that this project is almost ending, but I would like to highlight that from the Green Skills perspective, I would like to keep growing, but keep growing with you, with the industry, and with other actors that I will just point out. That brings me to the point that introducing the European Hydrogen Skills Alliance. This is intended to strengthen and to enlarge what we've accomplished during the Green Skills for Hydrogen project, these synergies, these results, and these trainings. The idea is to have a collaborative, open initiative that obviously shapes the hydrogen skills and makes it in a good path. To do so, we highlight 4 types of partners, even though we are open to other suggestions, to other actors that are interested in helping with us, and we highlight 4 of them as the main important ones. First, the industry, both the industry that are already experts in hydrogen and know best what they need and know best what's going to happen, but also the industry that needs some guidelines to go into the market and to bet on hydrogen. They will need professionals to do so, and they will need to know about hydrogen to first start in the sector. Second place for the training providers at all levels. Yes, Green Skills is focused on re-skilling and upskilling that gives us to the BIT providers, but the training providers have this key role to transfer the knowledge back to the professionals that will make hydrogen projects a reality. In third place, the European initiatives such as the Sisters project that we've just heard of, the Hydrogen Valleys, and also the other initiatives, as IPSE or other big European funded projects. They all need professionals, they all need materials, and projects like ours and the others that are on the market are key to be part of that. Last but definitely not least, public authorities. Again, for 2 reasons. There are public authorities that know nothing about hydrogen, and they can make a very good use of these materials to learn and to implement the hydrogen on these communities, but also public authorities that they are experts in hydrogen, they want to bet on their communities to develop different hydrogen projects, and they need to skill their community, to skill their students. Master, sorry. And just beforehand, we are working with some entities that have joined, that are not part of the consortium, but have joined to this alliance. Some of them are already here, such as Siemens, but more to come are expected, including, obviously, you. What's our mission? It's quite simple. It's to share the knowledge, align the actions with this ecosystem, to connect the hydrogen skills, again, industry, BIT, and the regions, the local communities, and last but not least, but build a common European voice to coordinate our actions within the European ecosystem. What's our offer to you, the partners that can join this alliance? First of all, visibility with the European hydrogen community and ecosystem, with other actors. In second place, direct connections with relevant actors, with events such as today's. Access to share high-value materials, the slides, the videos, all what we've accomplished, and we are open to collaborate with other projects to share more materials. Collaboration opportunities for the future. Today I've heard lots of people talking about new ideas. These are the places to discuss about some projects and to solve real needs, not on a laptop or a computer. A stable multi-actor European community. I have to highlight this. This community is not intended to be only for industry, only for BAT providers. It's open to almost 4 types of stakeholders on purpose. The idea is align the needs of those 4 types of stakeholders to make a greater impact. And last but not least, to contribute to save the hydrogen in Europe Skills Roadmap. To make it simple, the idea is to collaborate with each other, to learn from each other, and to build together the European hydrogen skills. How to join us? It's quite simple. I think you have a QR code that will bring you to the agenda, but you can also visit our website. You will have in the upper part the Alliance, the Hydrogen Skills Alliance, and therefore you will find some short tests with the description of what we are explaining today, and a really, really short sign the pledge to join the Alliance. This process is quite simple. It's been like that on purpose. The idea is to make it fast, not bureaucratic processes, and collect just the needed information. You can do it in less than 5 minutes, and it can be part of the Alliance. The questions that you will have to answer is why you are interested in the Alliance. The most important thing for us is to make a high-value Alliance, not for everybody maybe, but to make the highest value out of it, to deliver some information about your entity, what are you doing regarding hydrogen, what are you doing regarding training or skills, and last but not least, really interesting or really important, to have job offers, to have apprentices offers or thesis or project offers, to host direct offers to the students that visit our website that can be interested in communicating with you. So as I said, it's intended to be really simple, really fast, non-binding terms associated, although we expect collaboration for the ones that join to us, to our community. And it's important, it's subject to review and approval. Again, it's really important to have some value on this community, so we have to filter out if anyone is just having some curiosity about this alliance. So this is an example of Siemens Energy. Thanks, Eric, for joining the alliance. This is on being built at the moment. It has a small description, a small text about what they are doing regarding the skills sector, and some job offers. It's as simple as that, but it creates a community of entities that promote themselves and have some information for others to become partners. So also, this is important, this alliance is intended to be really dynamic. Today I took lots of notes, the mobile lab from Green Sky, from William, the meeting with coordinated by the joint undertaking, or maybe Hydrogen Europe Research, to have the synergies between sisters projects. All of these ideas are really welcome, and I would like to discuss those maybe during the cocktail networking, or with some email I will put my contact. But the idea is that you express what you would like to see in this alliance before joining or even after. So, as a resume, we want you to join us. Thank you very much. Thank you for supporting the hydrogen. Thank you for your attention. And thank you for joining the alliance. Thanks.
I'm coming just quickly back to this website view, because where to find the resources that we've been talking about during the whole day, you have to log in, create an account, And then in the members area, you have the curriculum, the three different curriculums or training, let's say, programs with all the materials that Massimo described. Also, you have the resources. So in resources, we have the online training, the videos. We have the lab series, which are also laboratory videos, and well, the hydrogen game as well. And there you also have all the contacts of other members, and we have about 900 members in the website and around 5,000 in LinkedIn. So we also have a big promotional activity in LinkedIn and a very active community, and this has helped to, I mean, I don't think we have to worry much about attracting people to hydrogen, but to continue developing the technologies to make it marketable, to help that we can live of hydrogen, that we can have hydrogen transportation methods, and also, this energy source that let's say, in a way, doesn't produce at least high CO2 emissions, even if it depends of other sources, but it can be renewable energy sources. So, and under events, we publish our trainings. And news, well, anything we consider a news, like, for example, the publication of the white paper of the Green Skills Strategy. And I thought I was speaking loud. Sorry. Shall I repeat? No. You all heard, right? Sorry. Yes, I thought it was important. The page on the Alliance, where you can see the consortium members and the members of the Alliance and find the pledge to join, etc. So, yes, thank you. I'm going to now invite Olaf to make the wrap-up session, and then we can continue with our cocktail. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. I don't think that I need that. I will use this microphone.
I think that will...
Okay. So I took a lot of notes, and I'm pretty sure it will not help. I'm pretty sure it will not help. Before I forget, I'd like to thank you all to be here, and still to be here. And a big thank to the organizers, really to the organizers, which had done a lot of efforts, or set a lot of efforts, and also arrangements to get this building, to get this location. And unfortunately, I have no flowers with me, because the most leading person was Patricia Rodriguez from Communication Package. With her team, to be honest, I thought about 1 week ago, but jumping to the train, I missed it. And today in the morning it was pretty too early. I was happy to get a small breakfast instead of flowers. Of course, that was, yeah, Jordi is laughing. We heard a lot, and to be honest, although taking some notes, I didn't agree on all. But it doesn't matter if I agree or not. So you're doing your projects and your activities close to your mind, close to your feeling, and I think this is fine. And I think this is the most important point, and that's why I have also some critics with me. Standardization of learning. In this case, I like the idea to get retired in 2 years. When I'm looking to my students, I'm asking them what was best. It was never my slides, never it was the slides, never the lessons rooms, the lectures, whatever. It was each time the same. You're talking between the lines, because they can read what's on the slides. You can explain if there's some difficulties and whatever, and this is more or less also in line with what was Robert, for example, mentioning. Looking at a YouTube video, you will never have lines where someone is talking in between. And this is also in concerns of the slides. And I assume Robert would have the same positive critics of his audience. But for me, astonishing is we do not have both the same experience. We're talking about something different. He's an expert in electrolyzers, fuel cells, whatever. So me more in safety technology but there's something imaginary in between. There's something. And also Penele is talking about there is something imaginary in between. And instead of looking for a standardization of teaching materials or teaching or lectures, and of course we know we need to have some standardization, otherwise we will not come to a certification. Yeah, that's the case. We should probably take a look more on teach the teachers. And please do not be so arrogant to feel yourself that you are the only audience which get hit by such a problem. All the other people get also educated. I'm going to the University of Heidelberg, for example, talking to people doing science and astrophysics, they say, you have the same problem than we. Because also there is a lot to do. That means they are investigating not only the solar system, not only the planets, not only the galaxy, not only the universe, not dark matter, dark energy, whatever, ever. And they are really having a lot around where people cannot be experienced in all the deep things anymore. That means we are really extending our knowledge. That's the case. And the next point I have here also, in some ways, is a continuity. And for me, there is a bit a reason or an explanation why do we have not a continuity, like, for example, STEM tools or something like that, because I asked, they have some. I think it's clearly coupled to the industry, to the development of the technology. And you remember, hopefully, in the morning, during my opening, I said, we have each time in the couple of years or decades, hypes of hydrogen. We have also other hypes, but hypes in accordance to hydrogen, which will appear then when we are coming under pressure due to oil crisis or due to other reasons that Suez Channel will get blocked, whatever. This is this is a thing having to do with depending on something on someone else and me personally, if I would have a wish or could have a wish, I would wish to be more independent from others, and I'm talking for Europe, more independent from others due to hydrogen and due to move hydrogen really to the forefront of the technology where it can get used. It's totally wrong that we are answering it could be used elsewhere. Of course it could, but it's not profitable. But there where it makes sense, then it's fine. And take a look to the other technologies. Also take a look to the other technologies already running for 100 years. the automotive industry. And what they got in case of education within 120, 130, 140 years. So be proud of what you did already within 20 years. So welcome to the reality. And welcome to the networking. And yes, please stay healthy and lucky. You will make it. Thank you.
I thought there was a slide for the cocktail, but then it's over. I really want to thank everybody, those who registered to participate, bought your plane ticket, your train ticket, and or any transport, or drove to Brussels to be here. And especially thanks to all the speakers who respond to this call and to participate in this event, and bring all your knowledge, and also help with the preparation, with the presentations and everything. Well, we keep on moving and continue talking during our cocktail evening. Thank you. Bye. Thank you to the online community.